Yo, chat, what's going on, guys? Happy afternoon. Hope you guys had a great weekend. Today will be a fun stream. I'm gonna explain what we're doing here real fast, but I gotta show you guys something. You guys excited for this? Are you guys ready for this? So, some of you guys might know this. I have a brand new cat. And we love our new cat. His name is Zuko. Look at this. Hold on. You ready? This guy's just dead. He died 8 years ago. Moon's there too. I don't know if you guys can see it. She's not gonna be in frame. Sure, he's alive. Yeah, he's alive. He's just tired, bro. It's funny because getting this new cat's actually been a real somewhat of a blessing because Moon loves him because it's something that she hangs out with him and they're just vibing all the time. But anyways, what's up, guys? Hope you had a good weekend. Blue, thanks for the sub, bro. Welcome, man. I recorded an episode of the expansion series with Ecor this morning, and it was probably the best episode of the series. I literally can't wait for you guys to see it. It was really nice. If he gets up, I'll pick him up. Other than that, nothing really has been going on. I've been just chilling. I had a good weekend. Hope you guys had a good weekend. Yeah, Rarran, I haven't seen your face yet today, but I know this guy's looking great today. Which expansion was that episode? That was Castle Nathria. I got the thumbnail for Stormwind over the weekend, so probably tomorrow will be the Stormwind episode, and we'll go from there. It was really, really good. It's gonna be made into a video. Yeah. So basically, here's what happened. When you were responding to Kendrick, buddy, I would get cooked. I would get destroyed, dude. That honestly, that has been so fun to watch. I think I'm so blessed to be alive. Just for the Drake and Kendrick Lamar beef has been so incredible to watch. It's good. It's fantastic, man. It's everything I've ever wanted. Anyways, let me explain what's been going on for you guys, okay? So basically, if you guys weren't here the last time, we did this together. You guys remember this? We went through every expansion. I picked the really good cards that I believed were really, really powerful for their individual expansions, and then we condensed it down to a top 100 worthy. Okay, that's where I ended stream. After this, I did my top 100 list of what I believe from this list deserve to be on the top 100. Okay, now the thing is that all of us are going to have different opinions on what we believe is top 100. I tried really hard to think and go above and beyond and really ask myself, what cards do I think deserve to be here? It's really difficult because there's some really, 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 really good cards in Hearthstone of all time. It's wild to think. And I honestly feel like maybe I could have added more to this or even this, but I'm already past this point. If you disagree with my list, it's fine. If you guys want to see it, I will give you the link. Actually, maybe I should pin this again. Hold on, just so you guys can see it. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. All right. We're talking only current state of the cards. No, when they were at their all-time peak. At their peak. And I will explain this very soon. Explain it very soon. Play Panzer to Zombie Tears? I've not. No. Someone keeps telling me to play it, and I just haven't played it yet. So yeah. Hey, Ryan, as a free player, what is the best way to build my collection? Should I just buy Whizbang with my gold, or is it better to play Arena? If you're Lucas, if you're good at the game, Arena's not bad. It's more time consuming. But if you don't think you're if you don't think you're great at the game and you're just looking to get packs, probably just spend your gold on. I would actually probably recommend. No, Whizbang packs are probably good. Whizbangs are good. It's good. Anyways, so yeah, that's basically what I've been doing. So I came up with this as my top 100. Again, you might disagree with me. Today, I was gonna do this off stream, but I decided to do this on stream with you guys. And where did I put that? Hold on. Did I close it? Wait. Hold on. Did I close it? The fuck? Okay, I don't know. The hell? I was like, I swear to God, I made it. Okay. Anyways, now we have this this wonderful tier list here. Actually, I think for the sake of this, actually, I'll just do it here. For the sake of this, I'll put myself up here. Give me one sec, chat. Sorry, I could have been more professional about this, but you know, I'm a kind of an idiot. Oh, reminds me, by the way, boys. Reminds me. Tomorrow we will be doing a stream with Frost Prime. Frost Prime and me, he will be helping me on A20, which should be very exciting. So if you're a Slay the Spire Andy in chat, it should be a good time. I'm gonna move you guys here. So that'll be tomorrow. Will be good. Night of the Woods OST, please, or share our chat history. You can share our chat history. I don't know. I don't think I've ever spoken to you personally, so I'm not too worried here. I'm not too worried here. Anyways, so this is the plan. This is the tier list I currently have. Top 10, top 20, top 30, top 40, top 50, top 100. Once we figure out what cards belong in the top 10, I will condense this down further and I will do top 5 and number 1, or top 3, number 1, something like that. Okay. Here's the list of cards in my top 100 list. Again, if you want to see what they are, they're right here in this sheet or whatever the fuck you want to call it. It's right here. Anyone have any questions before we get started here? Because I'm only going to say this once. I can't find Gadgets and Auctioneer. He is in here for sure. He's right there. You rate them based on how good they were in standard or how good they are now? They're absolute peak in standard. Absolute peak in standard. And I'm going to go through exactly what I mean by that with maybe the first card so we can kind of talk about it a little bit again. You know what I mean? So at their absolute peak. So I'll show you what I mean. So for example, we'll start off with the very first card here, okay? The very first card we're going to do is Altruist the Outcast because he so happened to be first, all right? Altruist, for those of you who don't know, let me get the old wiki up here for this. So this is Altruist the Outcast. Okay, what the frick is that at? This is Altruist the Outcast, right? 4 mana, 4/2. After you play the left or rightmost card in your hand, deal 1 damage to all enemies. All enemies. Very good card at 4 mana. But here's the thing. It used to cost 3 mana. And that is what I'm considering at its absolute best. 3 mana. Because yeah, the card was still good at 4 mana, but it had to be nerfed at 3 mana, making it that powerful. Okay? So that's what I mean by we're going to look at it at their absolute peak. So the question is, amongst all of these cards, is Altruist the Outcast actually worth a top 50 slot, or is it just top 100? There's a lot of good cards on this list. That's the craziest thing, right? So that's the example here. Now, the most important thing here, chatters, is we can't have too much recency bias because a lot of us remember the current power level over everything else in the current game. Okay, like there's cards have been here for a long time, etc., etc. So me personally, I thought Altruist was a really good card, but Altruist actually needed some setup. Altruist at 3 mana was obviously really great, but I think it's a top 100 card. Was it very powerful? Absolutely. But I think it was carried from the fact that there was a lot of 0 cost cards in Demon Hunter because A, Twin Slice was 0 mana at the time when this card was broken, and Skull of Gul'dan was very, very good. So I'm going to give it a top 100. Okay. Next on the list, we have a Nubricon. Let me whip up the old Nubricon here. Now, a Nubricon is kind of a spicer. In its current form in Hearthstone, it is 8 mana, 7/7 Battlecry, gain 5 armor. Your next 3 minions this turn cost armor instead of mana. It's also non-dead. I don't know how reasonable that really matters, but this card was changed an absolute lot. It was, look at this shit. So it went from being added to then Battlecry, gain 8 armor. Your next 3 minions this turn cost armor instead of mana, where previously it was Battlecry, gain 8 armor. This turn your minions cost armor instead of mana. This card had to be changed because you could absolutely destroy the game if you had enough armor to just play your whole hand. Very, very powerful card. They then changed it in Festival of Legends to be gain 5 armor. Your next 3 minions cost armor instead of mana. Okay, so it went from being every minion in your hand that you could play with your armor to only 3 and gain 8 armor to gain 5, and then your next 3 minions only cost armor instead of mana. Now, it is important to note that this card is no longer in standard, and this rotated like this. Okay, they didn't revert any of these changes. They kept it like this card because it was like breaking wild, which is a pretty big thing to notice. Even though I'm not considering wild, this card was absolutely very dominant. Me personally, this might be slightly recency bias. I might change this. I'm probably going to put it like top 40. This card was very good, and it was one of the staples to Druid. It allowed some complete degeneracy. I'm going to put it top 40 for now. I might even increase it up. I got to go through the list first before we talk about the rest of this. Okay, next we have Aquatic Form. Okay, Aquatic Form. 0 mana for Druid. Dredge, if you have played mana... Sorry, let me restart that again. Aquatic Form, 0 mana. Dredge, if you have the mana to play the card this turn, draw it. This card was never nerfed. Very, very good card. This is a card that will be ran in every single Druid deck until something, if something is ever better than this, maybe it's -1 mana so you get mana back, or they reprint it and then maybe it has better art. I'm not really sure. The really powerful thing about this card is that it's literally free for a card draw, and you get to pick the card draw from the bottom of your deck. Very, very, very good. Very, very good card. Here's the problem though. This card, I wouldn't say warp the meta around it. I think it's just a very good card to put into your deck, and that is why it's deserving to be on the top 100 list. But me personally, it's a top 100 card. Very good card. I wouldn't put it any higher than that, but the fact that it's top 100 speaks alone for a card that just draws you a card for free. I think that's just very, very good. I think it's very, very good. Okay. Astelar. Okay, so Astelar currently is a 2-mana 2/2 battle cry. Add Astelar the Protector to your hand. Mana Thirst 5, deal 2 damage. Okay, on top of that, Astelar, the second pop, the Astelar the Protector is a 5-mana 5/5 battle cry. Add Astelar the Flamebringer to your hand. Mana Thirst 8, gain 5. And then for 8 mana, you get the Flamebringer. Battlecry, deal 7 damage, randomly split among all enemies. Mana Thirst 10, deal 14 damage. This card was nerfed. I think the only nerf they did to the card was the very first one, which they made it from 4 to 5, right? Yeah. So instead of being Mana Thirst 5, it was Mana Thirst 4. That was the original version of this card. This card is very good. And I think a lot of people will say that this card is deserving of like a very high spot, especially because we remember how good it was recently. It's also probably one of the most ubiquitous cards ever released in Hearthstone. I think it was played in virtually like every single deck because of the fact that you could put it in anything and just be really, really good. I don't think it necessarily warped the meta around it. It was like just strictly just a very, very, very good card. And I mean, I'm going to get flamed for this. You know what? Honestly, it might be there. I'm going to give him top 50, though. I think top 50 is fine for the time being. I might move him lower. I think a lot of you guys will look at this card and be like, holy fuck, he's so broken. Chat, you guys don't realize what other cards are on this list. You guys are sitting here going like, holy fuck, he's so broken. Guys, this card was good. Don't get me wrong. I think this card was infinitely worse if Brain wasn't in there. He's just a good card. Honestly, he should be here. Honestly, I'm going to put him in top 100. From the comments on this stream already, I know this video is going to be fire. I know this video, the engagement on the stream, it's going to be hilarious. It's going to be hilarious. Anyways, next card. Baku the Mutant Eater. Yo, Bass, thanks for the sub, bro. Hold on, I gotta... Okay. Baku the Moon Eater. 9 mana, 7/8, start of the game. If your deck has only odd cost cards, upgrade your hero power. I'm not gonna all the upgrade hero powers are here, which is really nice. I wasn't gonna pull them up, but yeah, over here. If you're curious to see what they are, they're all right here. Wow, this is crazy. Wow, this is amazing. Okay, so Baku the Moon Eater is really interesting because Baku the Moon Eater is a card that never got nerfed, but it's a card that was rotated early. There's only 2 cards in existence that have been rotated early, and Baku is one of them. Baku warped the format around this card, and you didn't even have to play it. That's how powerful of an effect this was. We will truly never know how good Baku would have been in the year of Rise of Shadows, Savers of Uldum, and Descent to Dragons because they rotated it out. This will be the same conversation with Gen as well, but we'll get to Gen when we get there. I personally think Baku might be one of the most game warping cards of all time. And it's very rare you see an effect this powerful in current Hearthstone, even though like in current Hearthstone, you wouldn't actually want to use your hero power like every single turn. But in its prime, when it was in standard, it absolutely warped the game. The thing is, you can't nerf this card without actually changing its text, which means the card's design is so fucking powerful. And we're going to see an example of this later on where a card's text had to be changed because there's no way of actually fixing the card without changing the text. I think in its prime, I'm going to probably put it in top 10. I don't think there's a card that there's not a lot of cards that warp the game like this card did. So I believe it is a top 10 card. You might disagree with me, but the card was very, very good in standard at its prime. All right, what is next? Barnes. Okay. Barnes. This guy's a classic. 5 mana 3/4. Battle Cry. Summon a 1/1 copy of a random minion in your deck. In current Hearthstone, this card would be absolute ass, which is crazy to think about because during its time in standard, it was a very good card. Now, this is not the version it was in standard. I don't remember if it was, I think it was nerfed in wild, but it used to be 4 mana, which was very, very good. One of the ways that you would win a game is just hoping you hit Barnes in your opening hand. You would play Barnes would win you the game. Chat, what minion would you summon with Barnes? I can't even remember. I know that Hunter played it sometimes just to maybe high roll the Savannah High main. This card was so good. I know I'm not counting wild, but I'm just going to put it out there. This card was so good that in wild, it was running the game. Yashiraj, yeah. Kalthos Druid was another good example. We'll get to Kalthos. Kalthos is a card that I'm going to talk about for a while. I think this card was very good. I don't know if it necessarily warped the game as much as a card like Baku, but in the days of like One Night in Karazhan and when it was in standard, it was a pretty impactful card. And there were moments where the card could outright win you the game, depending on what the matchup was, depending on how early you play this, because if you did get the Yashiraj, it would pull out your other Yashiraj, and next thing you know, you have a really, really big statted board. I actually think Barnes is pretty good. I'm going to put it top 50. Like, you would have to build around it quite a bit, and Barnes itself is a 4 mana 3/4 in its prime. But if you pulled out a really good minion, it was quite a good card. Honestly, I might move it up. We're gonna get there. I have to see how I feel about these cards before we continue going. Because everything's gonna change. Because I can't remember all 100 cards as I'm doing this. This will change for sure. Better than Astalar. You guys, in its prime, Astalar. I gotta make this very clear right now. By the way, I gotta make this very clear. Every card on this list is very, 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 very good. There are 5,000 cards in this game. Every card in this list is very good. It's not the question of, is the card bad? It's the question of what card is the absolute best. Nobody played Barnes. All right, Bernie, I'm going to time you out because he absolutely was played. I'll see you next stream, buddy. Have a good rest of your day. Okay. Top 50. Blind Eye Sharpshooter. Okay. What the fuck? What is that? Wait, what? Oh, okay. It's just like a bunch of code. Okay. Blind Eye Sharpshooter. Currently, it is a 4-mana 3/3. After you play a Naga, deal 2 damage to a random enemy and draw a spell, then switch. But this is not the version I'm referring to. I'm referring to what the hell is what is going on here? I'm referring to when it was a 3-mana 1/5 is what it was. I have no idea what's going on with the Hearthstone wiki on this page. Absolutely crazy. I just talked about how Barnes could win you a game on its own. This card could win you the game on turn 3. If you had a good hand, this card was able to win the game on turn 3, and there's nothing your opponent can really do to it. They nerfed it to a 1/3, I think, and it didn't do like anything. It was still like insane. I guess you just couldn't tempo it. Then they made it a 4-mana 3/3, and obviously the mana reduction mattered a ton. There's also the rotation, which I think Voyage in the Sunken City had like a lot of Nagas in it. But in its fucking prime, bro, this was a very, very, very powerful card. And it kind of warped the game around it because it was just very, very good. Like 3-mana 1/5 win the game if you had a good enough hand. And Demon Hunter has the ability to do so much damage. I think I've definitely seen people die on turn 3, but what the average was what, turn 4? It was very good. It was very good. It was very good. Honestly, I'm going to move Barnes down here. These aren't in any order, by the way. I'm going to put that top 50. I think that card's disgusting. I'm really glad it was nerfed. Thank fucking God. Like Barnes in its prime, though, was really good. Such an annoying card. I don't know, bro. It's really gross. Hold on, I'm thinking on this 1 sec. Hold on. Okay, I'll leave there for now. I'll come over this. Okay, Boogie down. 4 mana. Currently in the game, it is 4 mana. Summon 2 1-cost minions from your deck with the finale keyword. Summon another. It's a holy spell, which is a good card. Which is fine. But the real thing I'm talking about here is the 3 mana version of this. Now, I could already see people in chat being like, wow, this card's not that good. Guys, this was a good card. This was a very good card. This was insane. It was nuts. If you coined into this on turn 3, the amount of games Paladins would win is disgusting. It was 3 mana, summon 3 cards from your deck and draw them. It was nuts. It was nuts. Very, very, very good card. Now, I don't know if it's better than a lot of the other cards on here. I think it was very, very good. I'm going to put it here. I think it's fine. I honestly might put it there. I think it was a very, very strong card. But we'll go this. Okay, here we go. Now we got the real spicers. It's good as a top 100. I'm going to say this right now, just so I don't have to keep saying this over and over again. Hey, guys, this is my list. If you don't agree with it, that's fucking awesome. Go make your own. Thanks. Okay. Bran. 3 mana 2/4. Your battle cries trigger twice. In its absolute prime, it would be the year of 2023 Hearthstone, not in 2015 when this card was released. Because in 2015, this card wasn't as good as it currently was, or when they brought it back in 2023. Thankfully, we got it back in 2023 so I could talk about this, because this card was very good. And it turns out as battle cries got even stronger throughout the game's life cycle, this card only got better. This card is a must kill card. You have to kill it. You can't leave it on board. If you actually could keep it on board, you probably lost the game. The thing about Bran, though, is it added a lot of degeneracy to this game. It's crazy. The real question is this better than the Highlander version from Warrior, right? That's what it really comes down to. I think this guy's really good. Is it a top 10 card is the really big question. I'm not sure. I'm not really sure. Are we considering standard? It's prime and standard. It's prime and standard. How'd you decide what cards to rate? Oh, buddy. We went through the every expansion, picked the cards I believe that were good, and then we did top 100, and then this is the ones I came up with. I feel like if I put it top 100, it's not good enough. Top 50 seems bad too. It's really good. It's a good card. There's so many good cards on this list though, man. It's tough. It's tough. I think it's somewhere here. I feel like it's somewhere here. Because this card wouldn't be as good if it wasn't for this card. I'm gonna keep it here for now. We'll see. We'll see. This card added so much to the game. Like in its prime, I think it's very good. But like, how high can I give a card if its like whole power level is contingent on other battle cries? Interesting. I think Prime Brand was scarier than Prime Sharpshooter. It's an excellent question. I don't think it is. I actually think this card's fucking broken. You know what? You actually convinced me. I think this card's better than Brand. We'll leave this here for now. I might move this card up. This card was really good. Okay, Cold Arms. Okay, Call to Arms. 4 mana. Recruit 3 minions that cost 2 or less. I believe this is what it was in its prime of the game. Same thing as Boogie Down. Both of them were really good. I guess you could make the claim for this card that you didn't need the finale for it to be so good. It is an absolute clusterfuck of a card. Let's be real here. Very, very good card. Comparatively to Boogie Down, I'm actually not too sure which one's better. It's this is a card that I think a lot of people saw very often. You know what I mean? It was a card that was very, very so often, man. You saw it so often. It was nuts. Was it nerfed in standard? It was, right? Oh, it was nerfed pretty. I mean, it took a whole expansion realistically to get nerfed though. It's not. I thought it would have been nerfed. So this was really good from what? Because even Paladin was so strong, and then you put it into your deck, and then even Paladin was really good. Even Paladin was nuts. Really, really good deck. And then when it was nerfed, it was played in Baku, or it was played in Odd Paladin almost for sure. It's a good card. You kept it in the mulligan too because it was so nuts. You coin into it. It was nuts. Really good with Quarter Creeper if you wanted to run it. Oh no, Quarter Creeper was nerfed before you did this. Never mind. I mean, it's a good card, man. But again, it's like, dude, there's so many on the list that I think are so fucking good. But man, I don't know. Like, see, Boogie Down's also really good. So it feels weird to put one above the other. I'm not sure which one's better because I feel like if Boogie Down was also in the game, it would have been great. But I feel like maybe Call to Arms is just a better Boogie Down, right? And it's at least in its current state. Might just be top 100. Might just be top 100. I think it's a top 100 angle. Maybe top 50. I'm gonna leave it in top 100 for now. We'll come back to it. We'll come back. I'll have to look at the list again. Okay. Celestial Alignment. 8 mana. Set your mana crystals to 0. Set the cost of your cards in your hand and deck to 1. This card was one of the most annoying cards in the game because it used to say, set each player's mana crystals to 0. Set the cost of cards in all hands and deck to 1. This card was very polarizing in the sense that if you went against a slow deck, it used to be 7 mana, sorry. Used to wait, was it used to be? It used to be 7 mana, right? I believe it was. Wasn't it? Am I stupid? Yeah, it used to be 7 mana. 7 mana. If you were a slow deck against this and they play Celestial Alignment against you, you probably just lost the game. Very polarizing effect, very good. The reason this card was so good was because you could play Celestial Alignment, and then the turn after you could go Nourish, and you would just already have more mana crystals. But it got even better because of a card called Lady Anaconda, which I will have to pull up so you guys can see it. So you would play Celestial Alignment, you would play the Lady Anaconda. All of your nature spells would cost 0 because they start at 1. So you could start ramping, summon a bunch of stuff with it. It was disgusting. It was nerfed twice. The card was very, very polarizing. I don't know if you wanted to keep it in your mulligan necessarily, but against slower matchups, it was game winning. Probably one of the worst design cards. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. For sure, for sure. I think it's there's a little bit of an asterisk for here because I think this card really started to pop off with this, which was not until the mini set. But we're looking at the card in its prime with Lady Anaconda. That being said, was it really that meta warping? I don't know. It was very, very good. Dude, the more I look at this card, the more I gotta put it up. The 3-mana 1/5 version was absolutely disgusting. This is gonna be tough. I'm already freaking out. We have so many cards to go. We'll come back. Okay. Construct Quarter. 3 mana. Destroy a friendly minion to summon a 4/5 undead with Rush. This has 3 durability. I believe this is what it released when it first came out. Yeah. When the mini set was added, then it was nerfed to 4, and then it lost a durability. And then they reverted the changes when it rotated to wild. This card was really fucking good, dude. This was like, for 3 mana, this packed a pretty fucking big bang for your buck. This was a wild card. It made Demon Hunter it made Death Knight probably the best deck in the game, or the best class in the game because of it. It was just very good. It works with your hero power, works if you traded and then swapped, give you a lot of tempo. If you were able to play this on turn 3, you probably won that game. Very good card. Was it meta warping? Maybe. Is it really better than some of the other cards on here? That's the real question. I think for the time being, I have to put it here. It was good. Okay. Yo, Dry, thanks for 69, bro. Hope you're doing good. Okay. Quarter Creeper. 7 mana 2/5. Cost 1 less whenever a minion dies while this is in your hand. This card was originally a 7 mana 5/5. This card warped the game around it. People did not think this card was going to be as good as it was, and it turned out it was very good at a 7 mana 5/5. Often play this card for 0 mana. You would keep this card in your opening hand because of how good it was. Very, very strong card. They nerfed that shit pretty fast, I'm pretty sure. They couldn't leave that around, right? Well, how long did it take them? No shot. It took them 2 months to nerf that bitch. Oh my God. How did I continue playing this game? What was I doing? 2 months? Fam, in Hearthstone time currently, this would have been gone in like a 3 days. This shit was insane. Maybe it just took a while for people to catch on because a lot of people didn't think as a 7 mana 5/5 would be as good. So like maybe the metagame was so long that it took them a really long time to actually get to the point where they wanted to nerf it. I mean, let's be real here. In its prime, this card ran the game. Like, how do I not put it like at least here? Like, honestly, it might deserve this spot. I don't know if I think that Quarter Creeper is really on the same level as Baku, but like, crazy card. Crazy card. Crazy good card. It might go up, but I'm going to keep it here. What's next? Okay. I don't really have to talk about this one too much, but I'll talk about why I wanted to put it into the top 100 list. At least from By the way, chat, I want you guys to know this isn't just only my personal bias. I did speak to a lot of other people who I trust their opinion on, talking about what they thought of the list, etc., etc. Counterfeit coin. 0 mana, gain 1 mana crystal this turn only. It was printed for Rogue and Mean Streets of Gadgesan. Really good card. It was just a very good card to put in Rogue because every single Rogue deck basically ran it because it activated combo. It was able to, you know, get you to a higher mana crystal earlier. It's probably like the 100th on the list. Again, this is the one where it's like, where was it? It was good with so many different cards. It deserves to be here because a lot of Rogue lists ran it, but I don't think it's anything better than that. I think it's that. I think it's fine. I'm gonna leave it there. Okay. Dark Lair. 3 mana, 3/4. After your hero takes damage, refresh a mana crystal, and it's a demon. This card used to be, look how many changes this shit has. Okay, so let's go through this. What the fuck? Let's go through these changes. Now reads, after your hero takes damage, refresh a mana crystal. It used to say, after your hero takes damage, refresh 2 mana crystals. That's the version I'm talking about, by the way. It used to have 4 health, and then they nerfed it. It used to have 3 attack, and then they nerfed it. And it used to cost 3, and then they nerfed it to 2. At 2 mana, it was still really good. This isn't a one patch, by the way, because it wasn't, I don't think it was played too much here. But then everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked with Unite and Strowman. But it was still good during Skullman's Academy. It was still very, very good. I don't remember why they changed it. I guess because 2 mana crystals was absolutely broken. It was really, really good. When did Skullman's come out? Hold on. When did it come out? July, August 6th. It was nerfed when? September? So it took about a month. Only relevant due to Demon Seed, it was played in Skullman's Academy. It was very good in Skullman's Academy. Skullman's Academy was a weird expansion. But yeah, it was played. Because you could do some fancy stuff with it. You could do like Dark Lair into the 0 mana, hit yourself and take 3 damage and get stuff back. And then you used to be able to scale with it because if you got another Dark Lair from that, you used to pop the fuck off. It was a disgusting card. Disgusting card. Disgusting card. I think it was very good. I think it's a top 50 card. There's Stealer of Seals, which made the card drawn cost health. Yeah, so I'm gonna talk about Stealers of Souls when we get to the Demon Seed. I'm gonna get there. Okay. I'm gonna go top 50. I think it was very, very good. Okay. Deck of Lunacy. 2 mana. Legendary spell. Transform spells in your deck into ones that cost 3 more. They keep their original cost. This card might be one of the highest mulligan cards of all time. And most importantly, when the rotation happened during Forged in the Barrens, this card was a must-play card in competitive Hearthstone because of what it did to the game. Now, obviously, after more spells were added, wasn't nearly as good. They also nerfed it, I believe. It used to be from 2. Oh my god, they made it 4 mana. Yeah, they nerfed it to 2, or they nerfed it to 4 from 2, and then they didn't touch the card until it reverted. So this card was very good. It did warp the meta around it because it was just that powerful. It was the high rolling potential with this card was just very, very consistent. So therefore, it was just a very good card to pick. I'm gonna pick something here, chat. A lot of you guys are not gonna like this, but this is my logic here. 2 mana spell that fundamentally warped the metagame around it, and games were decided if you got this card early enough. It wasn't even like, this card was so strong at 2 mana, you didn't even want to play in Cantor Slow before it because you wanted the highest cost card in your deck to be 10 mana for the Grand Slam. I'm gonna move on. A lot of you guys are going to be like, oh, there's no way it's a top 10 card. Chat, this card ran the game. Like, if you didn't get this card in your opening hand and your opponent did, you lost. Like, if your opponent had this card in their opening hand, you lost. Like, so much of the time. It's top 10. Anyways, let's continue. Okay. Deep Miner Bran, I hardly know her. 6 mana, 2/4 Battlecry. If your deck started with no duplicates, your Battlecries trigger twice for the rest of the game. This card used to say, if your deck has no duplicates, your Battlecries trigger twice for the rest of the game, meaning that if there was something in your deck that was a duplicate, this effect would not proc. Currently in standard Hearthstone, there is no way for you to interact with this card. Now, I have a feeling that this is gonna be nerfed. Okay, there's no way there's no way they can leave the card like this without having some kind of counterplay. There's no way. Dirty Rat, sorry, yeah, you're right. Other than Dirty Rat. But I think there's a lot to be said about this card, okay? The thing is, we have to ask ourselves, is this card truly better than just regular Bran? I don't think so, right? The thing about Warrior is Warrior doesn't have as many battle cries to really abuse. Right now they have Boom Boss, which I guess is kind of annoying, and it is a very powerful card. This is gonna get nerfed for sure. This was a neutral card. Yes, it's hard to compare. It's not hard to compare. I don't think so at all. I think if you think of how good this card is, I think the regular Bran's better. I think the regular Bran is just a better card. Forget the Astlar meta. I remember Astlar being there, but wasn't Bran was there, right? Am I trolling, or was he here the year before? I can't remember anymore. Bran was playable with Astlar for sure. For sure. I remember those days, but I don't think he was here last year. Card is better than Bran due to its infinite nature. The thing is like, yeah, I think you could probably get more value from this card because it's not like an onboard effect. But let's be real here. I think often if this card was played, you probably lost, right? Like this card was genuinely played with cards like a Nubricon, right? Yeah, like it's good. But I don't know, man. Me personally, I'm more of a Bran guy, and I think people are going to be mad about me because of recency bias, but I think it's a top 100 card. Like, if I'm thinking about other cards on this list, I think there's better cards. Okay. Defiled. 2 mana. Deal 1 damage to all minions. If any die, cast this again. Probably the best board clear Hearthstone has ever had. I think this design is really great, and I'm really glad they brought it back into standard. Really, really good card. There's nothing really to say about this. It doesn't warp the metagame or anything like that, but I think a lot of people would probably agree this might be the best design card in the game. Like this is the best design card. But this isn't the best design card in the game. This is the most powerful based on its prime in Hearthstone, and I'm going to be honest, it's not that good compared to some of the other cards on this list. I wish I would put it higher, but come on, chat. It's top 100. Is it a really good card? Absolutely. Top 100. There's so many of you guys who only think of like, you guys, okay, I'm going to say this, chat, because you guys got to realize there are so many other cards that are more deserving of the top 10 spots or the higher list, okay? Good card. Really good card. But remember, every card on this is a good card. Remember this. Okay, anyways. Dino Tamer Bran. 7 mana, 2/4 Battlecry. If your deck has no duplicates, summon King Crush. If anyone doesn't know what King Crush is, this is King Crush. This card was really good. Highlander Hunter was probably the best version of Highlander you could play other than maybe Mage. It was just good. And it worked really well in the Hunter deck. You played it as a top end. Turns out 7 mana to get 2/4 Brain was really great. Probably not even top 100. I disagree with you. It was very good. It ended up getting nerfed from 7 mana to 8 mana because the card was backbreaking if you played it on turn 7. It wasn't an insanely good card. It's not top 50 worthy. It's definitely top 100. Pretty easy to talk about that card. Definitely worthy of top 100. Very good card. Very good card. Dirty Rat. 2 mana, 2/6 taunt. Battle Cry. Your opponent summons a random minion from their hand. This card is probably the most hated, one of the most hated cards in Hearthstone. Feels really good to play it sometimes. Sometimes you just lose when you play it. 2 mana, 2/6 pulls. Mainly just used as a tech card to pull your opponent's like big minion battle cry or like combo piece out of their hand. I don't think it was ever nerfed. History tile now shows which minion was pulled. Interesting. For a little bit, you didn't know what card you pulled, even though you could probably see on the base. This card has some recency bias for sure, because they added this card into the core set, and people like will get this played against them, and then they'll lose and be like, wow, that card's fucking bullshit. But let's be real here, guys. It's a really powerful effect. Top 100 worthy for sure, in my opinion. But again, I can't put it higher than top 100. Good card, but it's top 100. It's a good card. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Dr. Boom, Mad Genius hero card for Warrior that came out in the Boomsday. 7 mana for 7 armor. Battle Cry. For the rest of the game, your mechs have Rush. This is every hero power you get. This is the thing it would look like. You have 2 mana, gain 7 armor. 2 mana, summon 3 1/1 microbots. 2 mana, deal 1 damage to all enemies. 2 mana, discover a mech. And 2 mana to deal 3 damage. This card, when we have to go through its timeline here because it's really interesting to look at the timeline. This card was added in the Boomsday. Didn't see like any fucking play until Rise of Shadows came out. And Rise of Shadows, that's where the card truly started to pop off because the metagame was so good for Warrior. And I think also Rogue got nerfed pretty early on. So there wasn't really a deck that could deal with this. It was, and Bomb Warrior was added in Rise of Shadows, which gave it some kind of inevitability in the late game. So in Suvers of Uldum, which is surprising, I thought they would have nerfed this easily or earlier. Cost 9 mana instead of 7, and then when it rotated, it went back to 7 mana when it came out. This card was really good because what happened in Rise of Shadows was the entire game was based around this card. You would go against Dr. Boom mirror matches that would last for 50 minutes long, and you were forced to run Elysiana into your deck because that's what the metagame really was. And for a very long time, this was the card. And the mirror matches often felt like whoever drew Dr. Boom first won the game, which hero cards can often feel like. It's in its prime, this card ran the game. Again, and a lot of these cards you could say were running the game. It is very difficult to me to put this card in top 100. I actually think it's really, like, I don't think it's fair to the card to put it in top 100. I actually think it's like maybe here or here. Like this card, you could not play 2 games of Hearthstone. Maybe the odd person was playing something else, but this card, you had to run this card in your deck. 99% of the games are probably against it. Probably here. I'll leave it here for now. Ooh, okay. This one's gonna be interesting. Yo, Don, thanks for the sub, bro. First time viewer here. What's up? You're not first time viewer. You've been here for 4 months, bro. Some new first time chatter wrote, why are some shit cards in top 100? Yep, that's the first time chatter for sure. Okay, anyways, Dr. Boom, 7 mana, 7/7 Battlecry, summon 2 1/1 boom bots. Warning, bots may explode. We have to remember, I'm going to remind you guys what this list is of. It's when it was in its prime, okay? Dr. Boom was in, like, I think I could say this honestly, other than Freeze Mage. This card saw play in every single deck. Every single one. other than Freeze Mage. I can't think of a deck that didn't want to run it. The only reason you didn't run in Freeze Mage is because you wanted to draw and not play a 7-mana 7/7. Face Hunter. Okay, fair. Zoo didn't? Okay, fair enough. It was played in a lot of decks. All right, fuck off. It was never nerfed. Just very, very good card. I feel like if we had maybe the same philosophy of what the current dev team does, I think this card would have been nerfed, maybe. But if you played back during the days of GVG in the following year, you saw this card a lot. And let's not forget how backbreaking it could be for Dr. Boom to be played. And it's funny because they brought this card back into standard and it's like unplayable. Like no one runs this card. It's basically there just for like evolve RNG. This is a tough question to answer, chat. How impactful was Dr. Boom? Was it a meta warping card, or was it only played because it was just very strong and there was no 7-drop that was better than this? And this was just the highest curve card you can go for. Because you know what? I think about a lot of cards, and as much as I think Dr. Boom was very good, I don't know if it's worthy of top 10. He forced people to run BGH, literally the definition of meta warping. Like, sure, but people run Dirty Rat to pull cards out of people's hand. Like, people ran Dirty Rat to pull Sif out, and I wouldn't call Sif a meta warping card. The thing is, like, I think it's really hard to look at this card and call it good because you see so many cards. You've seen so many newer cards that are just better than this. Card that features in almost every single deck of any class that goes past 5 metas, entirely meta warping. That is not a bad logic to have. I'm going to disagree with you though, because the game was a lot slower. Like, this card was just good. Like, it was a very good card to put into your deck. There was no other 7-drop in the game that you would want to put. You know what I mean? And I'm bringing up these hard-hitting questions here, chat, because we have so many other cards that are coming out. There's so many other cards that we have to deal with. Like, giving this a slot in top 10, I think is a little overboard. Top 20, I think if he tickled my nutsack, I can maybe get with it, you know? Top 30, I think I cook with top 40. Top 30. I think we cook with top 30. He's iconic. Iconic doesn't mean anything. I can move it later, for sure. I can move it later. I'll put him next to Bran. He's all cozy next to Bran. All right, we might come back to him. It's hard because there's so many other cards we still have to talk about. I'm not disrespect, bro. There are 5. Listen, bitches. I swear to God, dude. There are 5,000 cards in this game. There are 5,000 cards. 5,000. He's in the top 100 of all of these cards. You can eat my ass. He's not being disrespected. Someone just wrote Quarter Creeper is not better than Boom. I can't listen to chat. I literally can't listen to chat. I can't. Like that's incorrect. That is incorrect for sure. Okay, anyways. Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, 9-mana 8/8. Battlecry. If your deck has no duplicates, add 2 other random dragons to your hand. They cost 0. It is important to note for Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, because this is what the card currently is in the game, that I'm going to talk about this right here. Can no longer generate Dragon Queen Alexstrasza. This card used to be able to generate itself, which means you can go Dragon Queen Alexstrasza into another Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, and it would win the game. There are literally people in my chat telling me that this card is not worthy of top 100. You guys are smoking heroin. Sorry, I shouldn't say that anymore. You guys are smoking something not good. Go talk to your dealer. You're incorrect if you don't think this card is not going to be top 100. Anyways, Why was this card so good? A lot of decks played Highlander. It was a neutral Highlander card. It fit really nicely in a Highlander deck. There's a really good payoff. There's a lot of really good dragons that you can get in standard at the time. During its peak, God, it was a really, really good card. It was disgusting when it can discover it itself. I wish I played during this time to see how good it was. Nim. This card was very good. It was very, very, very good. Now, the thing is it really better than some of these other cards? Like, it's so fucking tough because this card was so good. It's just like, is it better than some of these other cards? Like, am I really gonna put it higher than my boy fucking counterfeit coin? Yeah, probably. It's probably top 40. I'm gonna give it top 40. All right, let's talk about a real beast here, actually. Okay. Drakthar. 4 mana 4/4. Battlecry. If this costs more than every minion in your deck, summon one of those minions. This version of the card is garbage. Garbanzo beans. But before that, it used to be, where is it? If this costs more than every minion in your deck, summon 2 of them. My brother in Christ, this was one of the most disgusting cards. Okay, this was gross. And it's funny, when you look at this card and you summon 2 minions from your deck, you didn't think it was going to be that good. Oh my God, it was insane. It was a card you kept in the mulligan. If your opponent had this, I think their win rate was at like 70% or something. It was something disgusting. It was one of the highest cards, one of the highest drawn win rate cards of all time. Very, very good card. And this is why, chatters, when you look at some of these cards, you have to ask yourself, are some of these worth a higher thing? Because Drakthar is a card I guarantee a lot of you guys probably didn't remember, and it was disgusting. So like, somewhere around here, because it warped the meta. Very good card. It was kept in your mulligan. If you had it, my God, the game was awful. It might be top 10. Realistically, it might be. Like, I'm tempted to put both these up here, but we're gonna get back to that later. We're gonna get back to it later. We're gonna get back to it later. Okay, what's next? Oh, this is a spicy. Woo! Here we go, buddy. Edwin Van Cleef. 3 mana 2/2 combo. Gain +2/+2 for each other card you played this turn. I have to first say this. I know I'm talking about its absolute prime, but there is something to be said about a card, especially a card like Edwin Van Cleef, that was played virtually every year for Rogue because it was that good. This card saw play at every world championship it was in for Standard, Chat. Every single one. Your thoughts? Very good card. Very, very good card. This card could win the game on turn 2, depending on what your hand was. Sometimes in Classic, this card would fundamentally just lose you the game because you couldn't interact with it because it was so big. And there are a lot of highlights of this card. And people talk about iconic with Dr. Boom. I'm going to say something that a lot of you might not like, but this card is more iconic in my mind. This is a very, very strong card, and it has multiple moments where I would consider its prime. I have to talk about one thing here, chat, because I think a lot of you probably forgot. They nerfed this card to 4 mana. They nerfed it to 4 mana in Dark Moon Fair, and then they changed it in like 2 weeks or some shit. It was very weird looking at this card at 4 mana. It hurt my eyes. I didn't like that. I didn't like that at all. Why? It was because I believe of Galakron Rogue, because Galakron Rogue had Lowkeeper Polkelt after Skullman's Academy. So you could do like a disgusting, I can't remember why they nerfed it. Oh, wait. I can't remember. Was it played at 4 mana? I don't think it was, Nim. I think it was like, see, the problem is like when something gets nerfed, people have a tendency of not really playing it because it's like, oh, it's bad now, right? It's bad. But it's because of Foxy Fraud. Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was. So the question becomes, chat, does a card that has multiple primes and has consistently been very good for the Rogue class end up being a better card than most of these other cards? And you know what? I think it does. I think it's a top 10 card. Like, I think legitimately looking at Edwin Van Cleef over all of these years, and it being very good for all of them. Like, this card has stood the test of time. I think it's a top 10 card. Again, I want to remind you guys are giving me shit for putting Dr. Boom in top 30. You got to think about every other card on this list. There's so many cards. Anyways, what's next? Ooh, see, this is another Spicer. I hope if I type this in, of course it doesn't. Okay. All right. ETC Band Manager, 4 mana 4/4. While building your deck, assemble a band of 3 cards. Battle card, discover 1. This is a card that has been played a ton since its release. Another really well designed card. I wish I could put it higher, but let's be real here. I don't think that it is worthy of anything higher than top 100. It might be the most honored card, but I think it's worth talking about because it's played so much. It's played so much. I-Beam, 3 mana, lifesteal. Deal 3 damage to a minion. Outcast. This costs 1. Some of you guys might be like, "Oh, I-Beam's not that good. What the fuck? Why is I-Beam here?" The Outcast of this card used to cost 0. Now, some of you might be like, "Well, that's not that good." This card was nerfed in 24 hours. There are very little cards on this list that have been nerfed in 24 hours. Fucking broken in its prime. Really good card. It allowed for tempo. It gave you life. It allowed you to push damage when you couldn't. Very, very good. Very good card. Now, the question becomes, is an I-Beam that costs 0 mana better than some of these cards? Like, it's nuts. It's a nuts card. God, it's tough. I might put it top 50. It's tough because it's like, we truly don't understand how good this card would have been if it lasted for more than 24 hours, right? We have no idea how good this card would have been. Because it was pushed, right? Like, it was gone. I'm gonna give it top 50. I'm gonna give it top 50. Okay. We're gonna put 2 of them together here. Hold on. How was I-Beam better than Barnes? One of them was nerfed in 24 hours. The other one wasn't. See, I think a lot of you guys don't realize that the most powerful effects in this game are not flashy effects. They're just good effects. I'm trying to find the other one. Here it is. Okay. Oh, I know why this is bugging. Okay, these two I'm going to talk as like a unit because they were both nerfed at the exact same time. And both of these were pretty great cards in their initial release. We'll start with this one. Morshan Watch Post, currently in the game, is a 3 mana 3/5, can attack after your opponent plays a minion, summon a 2/2 grunt. This card was nerfed from 5 health to 4. It was banned in Arena, which is absolutely hilarious. And then when it rotated out, it went back up to 5 health. I actually don't think this card is played in Wild. Far Watch Post is currently a 2 mana 2/3, can attack after your opponent draws a card. It costs 1 more, up to 10. And this card used to be at 4 health. Both of these cards were so good in their original state that the game was being warped around you drawing this card at 2 mana. Do you guys remember how awful it was when your opponent played a 2 mana 2/4 and then you couldn't answer it and you lost? You remember that? Part of the reason why they were so good was because it was a 4-set format. That's fine, but again, this is in its prime. Yo, Mark, thanks for 100, bro. Fuck this list. Get me to the Mesa Falcon guy. He'll tell you all you need about any card you want. All right, Mark. Thanks for 100, bro. I appreciate it. Far Post made me quit for 3 years. Holy shit. This card was very, like, the thing about a card like this is, again, this is a card that's not very flashy. It's not very flashy, but it would win you the game. It's a big deal. Like if your 1 mana card goes to 2 mana and you don't have a play anymore, it can win you the game, right? If your win condition that you needed to play, you can't play it anymore because it costs too much mana now, like you lost. Like this is a low, like this is, I think again, this is another card that's not very flashy, but like, man, at 4 health, it would win you the game. It was very gross, very gross. And it's not mana cheating for yourself, but it's like reverse mana cheating for your opponent. Very, very good card. This card, how long did it take to get nerfed? It took about 2 weeks to get nerfed. 2 weeks to get nerfed. I think both of these together are probably top 50. I might put it up. Honestly, I don't know which one was better because the thing is like this card was really good against like any board-centric deck lost to this. If you didn't have an answer to this and you had to play minions, you lost. 2 mana was much better. See, chat, you guys are, again, I disagree with you guys. This card was good. Mortion wasn't that good. So you guys are so funny because this card wouldn't have been nerfed if it wasn't that good. Like at 5 health, this stopped any board-centric deck to be played. It's annoying for beginners. Did you play the meta outside of rank 25? During this time, I was a top 1,000 legend streamer. This specific metagame. This is where I was. Some cards are nerfed because of poor play patterns, not just because they're too powerful. The 3-5 really seen play. The 2-4 is very good. Don't get me wrong. I think a lot of you guys don't remember how good this card was. It's a good card. I'm just gonna say there are 50 cards better than this one. See, I'm really glad that I don't listen to you guys because I think a lot of you guys are like very emotional about this. You guys are very emotional. Both these are really good. Honestly, I'm gonna put both of them in top 30, but I'm gonna count them together. They're kind of a unit. This is the 101 card, both of these together, because I had to put both. Wonder why the 4 mana one was always so weak. The problem with the 4 mana one was that was way more of like a control-esque card. Like it was ran, but you need to have a board set up for it to be good. Both of these were just good. Like if you played this card going first and your opponent is a board-centric deck, they lost. Like it's so hard to deal with this. And then this one also, this one was really good because if your opponent couldn't answer it on turn 2, like it would just make every card cost more. What does the 4 mana one do? It was 4 mana 3/6, 4/6, I think maybe actually. After your opponent plays a spell, give all your minions +1/+1. Can't believe Mortion Watch Post is rank higher than Call to Arms. We might change this again. I have to go through the list and change some stuff up. It's tough, dude, because I was gonna do this off stream, and I was like, dude, I'm sitting here like, how do I even go through this? Anyways, I'm gonna keep it there. Okay. All right. Final showdown. 1 mana. Questline. Draw 4 cards in 1 turn. Reward. Reduce the cost of the cards drawn by 1. You then got Questline Part 2. Draw 5 cards in 1 turn. Reward, reduce the cost of the cards drawn by 1. You got Close the Portal, which is draw 5 cards in 1 turn. You got Demon Slayer Kurtrus, and then Demon Slayer Kurtrus is 5 and a 7/7. Battle cry for the rest of the game. Cards you draw cost 2 less. I believe this card was nerfed twice. It used to be 4. That's a yikers for me, dog. Ugh. So sorry about that. The real reason why this card was very good was because actually this first step right here, drawing 5 cards or 4 cards in 1 turn, or 6 cards or whatever it was when you actually did the first one, was really great because it discounted all of those cards, which means you had an insane mana reduction. Dude, can we just talk about Demon Hunter? Why when Demon Hunter gets really good stuff, it feels so stupid to play against? Anyways, I go on a list. Il'gynoth is also on this list, which we need to talk about. This card was very good. Okay, the question is, how good of a card do we really think this is? Again, we have to think about how insane Demon Hunter truly is. I don't remember how long, like the thing. Okay, in United in Stormwind, I believe that it wasn't very good. It was played, like it was kind of laughed at, right, for a really long time until later on. I think it needed something, but when it was really good, it was very strong. It was tier 1, played on all jam tours. What would you rather deal with? I can't read the other one. Maggie Simpson from Window Shopper. Who's Maggie Simpson? Oh, Meg Theodon. I'd rather go against Meg Theodon every day of the week. This card is very good. They're all really good. I don't know why I keep saying that. It's redundant at this point. Fuck, I don't know where to put this one. I hate Demon Hunter. Try not get emotional. It did win a world championship. It's probably here. I honestly, it might be. Hold on. In its prime, bro. In its prime, it was really good. It was really good. Oh, it was so good. I'm gonna leave it there. We might come back to it. Flame Waker. Oh my god, I hate this card. Flame Waker, 3 mana, 2/4. After you cast a spell, deal 2 damage, randomly split among all enemies. This card I have a vendetta against. I really did not like playing against this card. I think a lot of people would agree with me. The thing is, it's been a really long time since I remember how good it was. It was nuts, though. It was a good card. I think you played it in Tempo Mage, right? Tempo Mage, and then if your opponent didn't answer this, you were dead. Playmaker's power came from the tilt fact as much as the power. People invested so much into killing it. I mean, you can't leave. Let's be real here. You can't leave this card up. You couldn't leave it up. Like, again, you would lose. It was good. You know what? I'm gonna come back to this. I'm gonna come back to that card. We're gonna move it at the end. I'm gonna come back to it. Okay. It's hard. That one's hard. Okay. Flash of Lightning. 3 mana, draw a card. Next turn, your nature spells cost 1 less. This card was actually just recently nerfed from 3 to 2. This card enabled a deck that would be able to kill you on turn 5 pretty consistently. In a vacuum, might be one of the strongest spells ever printed. And because of the card pool currently in the standard format at 2 mana, this card was good. It was also played before rotation because it turned out that discounting all of your nature spells, which most of your spells in Shaman are nature that deal burn, are really good. No jokes aside, after this list, please make more collabs with Mesa Falcon guy. You can even move in. No, look, I'm moving. There'll be more. There'll be more. Marco, there'll be more. What the hell are you talking about? Be even strong if it didn't draw? Yeah, for sure. Recency bias. I think you're coping. There is not a lot of cards that set up an OTK on turn 5. And when I'm talking OTK, I mean your opponent dies on 30 life. That answered my question. Okay, Force of Nature, not this version. Currently, this is a 5 mana summon 3/2/2 treants. This is such a bad card. What the fuck? It used to be. This is what I'm talking about. This is the one. This is what I'm talking about. All right, 6 mana Force of Nature for classic. Summon 3/2/2 treants with charge that die at the end of the turn. This card was very good. And it's funny because this card wasn't really played before the first World Championship. Now, some of you guys might be like, why am I bringing this up? This card enabled an OTK from Druid, which was like 14 damage from hand with Savage Roar. Now, this is an asterisk because I do have to include Savage Roar for this. Okay. This card, I think on its own wasn't very good, but it allowed Druid to be a very good deck because you would just basically ramp, draw to this combo, and then win the game. This card won a world championship, I believe, because Firebat he understood that this card was good. You know what? This is one of the cards, by the way, from Classic that I legitimately think that if it was in Standard today, it would be very strong. What are your odds on the wiki? I don't know. I don't know, man. See, I say that. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. There's a card in the game called I don't remember the name of it. So I don't know. It's tough because it's like, I think at its prime, it might have been the strongest combo in the game. Was it meta warping? I honestly think so. But the thing is like, would this card get played nearly as much if it wasn't for Wild Growth at 2 mana in Nourish? Wild Growth is a hell of a card at 2 mana. Savage Roar saw a lot of plays in metas after. Buddy, you just told me not Force of Nature because they nerfed it. They changed it. They changed the card. It was played forever. And then they changed it. What are you talking about? It didn't see play. Savage Roar saw play forever because they changed it. Huh? Anyways. Every token Druid deck existed because of Savage Roar. Savage Roar should be on the list, not Force of Nature. Would Force of Nature not have seen play if it was this? Of course it would have saw play in every token druid deck. Are you okay? It absolutely would have seen play. Anyways, I think in its prime, because of how good it was in its time, with Savage Wars and Asterix. No. Okay. Forge of Wills. 4 mana. Choose a friendly minion. Summon a giant with rush. With its stats. And rush. Sorry, I said that wrong. Choose a friendly minion. Summon a giant with its stats and rush. This card's currently 4 mana. Obviously, I'm considering the 3 mana version that was recently nerfed. This card is really good. Three mana version top 20. You guys are too. I should have done this off stream. There's no way you said it's top 20. There's no way you said it was top 20. There's no way. I think it's pretty easy. I think this card's very good. I think it needs other cards to be good, but I think it's very good. I think it's gonna put top honored. I can't wait to read the YouTube comments here. It's gonna be great. Frost Nova, 3 mana, freeze all enemy minions for mage. Classic card. One of the best interactions with board that mage has ever had. Very, very good card. Frost Nova Doomsayer, an absolute classic, but this card was just good in general. Because you would use it in combo decks to freeze. It bought you a turn for 3 mana a lot of the time when the game was very board centric. Oh my god, it was so good. It was such a good card. I think I rotated too, right? Didn't it get Hall of Famed? I guess it didn't. It used to be 2 mana in closed beta. Excuse the fuck out of me. Excuse me. It used to be 2 mana. Actually, I had one of the best chat experiences in this stream, to be honest. I've seen people's perspective. You know what's crazy? I don't think I put Ice Block on this list. Ice Block should be here. Oh, no, never mind. It's here. I'm trolling. There's too many cards. I forgot. It's here. It's here. I'll give it top honored. Really good card. Really good card. Okay, let's talk about a big boy here. Gadgetzin Auctioneer. The OG boy at 5 mana 4/4. Whenever you cast the spell, draw a card. It was nerfed to 6 mana. At 6 mana, it was still very played. And recently, it was nerfed to 7. This card saw played every mana. Maybe at 7, it might have been too weak at that point, but I'm not sure. I think for a lot of Hearthstone's lifespan, this card was a 6 mana card. Am I wrong, chat, or no? I think it was 6 mana for a very long time. Very good card. Rogue loved it. Druid loved it. This card is weird because it's like, it doesn't really win the game. Like through lethal, it wins the game through card advantage and drawing your combo. And there's never really been a card like this ever again. This is just, they learned from this card pretty early on. He's no field contact. What do you mean he's no field contact? Hey. He's napping. You want me to grab him? You're kind of interrupting here. What are you doing? Hmm? How's your work? Was it good? Was it good? Top 100 girlfriend? No, she's number 1, bro. Actually, top 10. Top 10. Okay, where are we putting this card, chat? I've got top 500 on US with gadgets and 100x. No field contact. You dropped him. The game was over. We'll get to. Can you relax? How many of you guys would say this card is meta warping? This is Hearthstone's version of Max C? Huh. Deck defining, not meta warping, I think is a really good way of saying it. Looking back to these cards, Blizzard should be trialed at The Hague for war crimes against unemployed young adults of first world countries. Holy shit, that's so funny. Classic was a time, bro. That was a time. They definitely learned a lot from Classic for sure. I think realistically, Chad, I can't put a top 10, but I could put a top 20. I think it was a good card. It saw a lot of play. I don't know, actually. Maybe top 30. Like, I think emotionally speaking, the card was very good. And it definitely got a lot of serotonin in your bloodstream. Dude, for the people who are saying what, you guys are delusional. We look how many more cards we still have to go through. Look how many more cards we have to go through. And you guys are sitting here acting like Gadget and Auctioneer is the greatest thing we've ever given. Bro, relax. Honestly, it might go here. But I'm going to leave it here. Anyways. Honestly, you know what, chat? I grabbed this card. What the hell happened? Anyways. Not this one. I think it's the Tempest. Yeah. Okay. So let's talk about this real fast. You know, Galakrond is a really hard card to evaluate. Beginning to doubt if Rarran played Hearthstone for 2020 with these rankings. I think you guys are delusional because so many of you guys look at this card and go, yeah, it's really good. All of these cards are good. All of these cards are good. But let's be fucking real here, boys. Don't get me wrong. Auctioneer is great, but it wasn't meta warping. It was just a good card that let you cycle through your deck. Don't get me wrong. Not bad, but you guys need help. Anyways, Galakrond's tough because there are 5 different versions of Galakrond. Galakrond also was a complete package. And with the package that it had, it warped the game for the first 2 weeks of Descent of Dragons. Galakrond the Tempest might have been the strongest shaman has ever been, other than the nature shaman we've seen. We're getting a Shaman Stone and Jades. That's a good deck. We'll talk about it. We'll get there. I said bite. You guys are so rude. You guys are so rude. I'm gonna. You know what? All these people who think Auctioneer is so good here. Look my ass. All right. Anyways, so the question is, how do I really evaluate Galakrond? Because I feel like it's an entire package. right? I don't think that Galakrond itself could be or is put really high on the list if you don't consider every card that goes with it, right? There's Invoking, there's the Kronks package, right? So I think personally, I'm going to think of the best one, which is the Shaman one. The Shaman one was really good, really, really, really good. And I can't remember what was nerfed about it. I think it was the 5-mana spell was nerfed and something else was nerfed about it. But this was running the game for a hot minute there during Descent of Dragons. It was really, really good. What's up, Panda? The double Invoke card. Yeah, the 6-mana, dude. That's what it was. So anyways, how do we evaluate this card? Because it was good. But can I really put it higher than top 100 if it's an entire package? It was 5. Yeah, it was 5. Yeah, that's right. Also, I'm not considering, like, again, we could look at the like all the Galakrond saw play, but the most powerful one is either Galakrond the Tempest during Descent of Dragons right at the beginning, or it's Rogue with Lowkeeper Pokeout. You used to summon 3 ones. I think it was always 2 ones. Yeah, it was always 2 ones. Ranking cards or packages. Some of them have asterisks, and we'll get there soon because I have to talk about one when we get there. And you know what? I'll give you an example. You know, we'll do this card right now. We'll come back to the Galakrond in 1 sec. Where is he? This guy right here. Because this is why I gotta bring it up. Because Grim Patron, 5-mana 3/3. After this minion survives damage, summon another patron. Great fun card. Awesome deck to play around. This deck would not be nearly as good if it wasn't for Warsong Commander. So am I really going to sit here and tell you that Grim Patron is a top 50 card? No. But if you have Warsong Commander with it, which is kind of what you needed, then maybe I can make it slide for a top 50, right? So it's the same thing with Galakrond. Like, this card was really good, but when we did this list, everyone was like, you have to have Grim Patron. It's so good. I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, it's mainly Warsong Commander. I don't think it was Grim Patron. So that's why this is like this. Anyways, we're back to Galakrond. We'll get to Grim Patron soon. I think personally, because Galakrond is a whole package, I can't put it higher than top 50, but don't get it twisted. This deck was really good. Like this deck was nuts. And when it was in standard, absolutely top 100 card. Okay, so let's talk about Grim Patron here, shall we, chat? Because this is going to be probably the Grim Patron Annies back in the day. This was a big deal. Okay. Very high skill cap deck. Very good. It was probably the best deck during the time that it was in standard. But you guys can't sit here and tell me that this card would have been played without Warsong Commander. Okay. There is a big asterisk here talking about Warsong Commander. Was Galakrond Shaman the strongest power level deck ever? No, Day 1 Demon Hunter was. And we'll never truly know how good Day 1 Demon Hunter was because it was nerfed so fast. Okay, so when we evaluate this card, do you put it at top 100? And like, be like, yeah, it was really good. But how could it be better? How could it be really, really good if it wasn't for Warsong? Again, I want to make this very clear. I did this on stream. You guys can go back in the VOD, and I literally said I don't think I should add Grim Patron. And all of you guys were like, yeah, but it's called Grim Patron Warrior. So you know what? What we might do in post, to be honest with you, is I might take the Grim Patron, swap it out with Warsong Commander. So I'm going to put a top 100. Okay. Groat. 2-mana spell for Rogue. Deal 2 damage to the enemy hero. Shuffle 3 bloods into their deck that drawn. Oh my god, I can't speak. Shuffle 3 bloods into your deck that deal 2 damage when drawn. This card made a deck in standard called Garrote Rogue. That card might have been Rogue's best deck of all time, depending on if you could play it optimally. And this was the reason for it. You would play it with spell damage on board, draw your deck, and you would run people's life. It was really good. High skill cap deck. Honestly, one of the few decks from Stormwind I have a very high respect for, because it was really good. This card did need a whole package for it to be great, but man, it would go hard. Garrett currently sees playing Wilds. So the thing it comes down to is I think personally it's one of the best decks of all time. And I think it was nerfed. Oh yeah, they nerfed it twice. Deal 2 damage to the enemy hero, shuffle 2 bloods in your deck. They're drawn, and then they unnerfed. No, they nerfed it to 2. Wow, 2 was so. Wait, wasn't it played on 2? Wasn't it played with 2 cards? Still, like what? After you shuffle 2 bleeds in your deck? I think it was, right? The Guru win tournaments, yeah. It was played out. I'm pretty sure it was played at Worlds. It was played at something. It was definitely played at something. It's so tough because there are other cards that it really relied on, right? It relied on field contact to draw through the deck. You needed the spell damage, and most importantly, you needed the discount from the Octobot, which we'll talk about soon. So listen, I think the deck was really good. I think it's a really good card, but again, I think as an individual thing, it doesn't stand on its own. And you know what? I have to make a claim here, chat. I gotta move him down, because on his own, like, I think he's a top 30 card. I think this is fine. Yeah. Okay. I like Edwin though. Edwin's cool. Oh, my music stopped. Okay. If a Questline or Galakron needed a package to be good, why are you shitting on Patreon? Okay, so the Final Showdown didn't need a package. It was just a good card. It was Rant. You would run this card in your deck because of the first iteration of the Questline. Like, you built around this card. But you didn't even need to build around the card. It was just good. Okay, anyways. Getting Great Main. 6 mana, 6/5. Start a game. If your deck has only even cost cards, your starting hero power costs 1. We already went with Baku. Baku, obviously, I think is one of the strongest cards to be ever made because it warped the game around it. This is the other card that was rotated early. There are only 2 cards in the game that have rotated. Chat, what are the 2 cards? We've talked about it. Pop quiz. I mean, I don't really have to talk about it. The fact that it was rotated early. That's a top end card. Really, really good card. Okay. I can't wait for chat to tell me this card was bad. I can't wait. Giggling Inventor. 6 mana, 2/1 Battlecry, summon 2/1/2 mechs with Taunt and Divine Shield. At 6 mana, this card was okay. It was still good. It was played. It was good. But this card released had 5 mana. And at 5 mana, this card might have been the best card from the Boomsday Project. Very good card. In fact, at 5 mana, I think every deck ran it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure every deck was like, yeah, 5 mana for that amount of stats, it's pretty good. It protected your board. It gave you a reason to stay alive for later in the game. Top 100, not more. See, this is what I mean. This is not a very flashy effect, but this card would win you the game. And if we're considering this at 5 mana, the fact that this was able to be put down onto the board and protect your life or have minions on board that you could buff, like it was just a win condition. It was great. It was really good. And a lot of decks had trouble dealing with it. It slowed the game down or it helped you get a lethal push. It's just good. Like, it's just a good card. At 5 mana, it was fucking insane. 5 mana was nuts. I think a lot of you guys probably don't remember how good it was at 5 mana. Anyways, I'll talk about this one real fast. I think it deserved a little bit of a shout here because it was very strong for a bit. Again, this one may have been cut. Top 100 list is tough. 6 by 3 for a lifesteal rush. Also damage minions next to whomever this attacks. It's almost the same vein as the Giggling Inventor. Really good card for Demon Hunter and Hunter because it helped you stabilize a lot to help you get to the late game so you can actually win. I don't think there's anything more to be said. Top 100. Okay. Assyria. 4 mana for Priest and Warlock. Choose an enemy minion that attacks random minions until it dies. This is not the version I am referring to. I'm referring to the 3 mana version, which you could choose any minion you wanted. Which means if you played a minion that turn, you can make it strike into any one of those minions. Which was, for 3 mana, like probably one of the best removal tools in the game. And it was also really good for just giving your minion rush if you needed it to. It was good. It was really powerful card. It made an OTK in Wild, but again, I'm not talking about this. I think in Standard, like they nerfed this card pretty fast. That was a good card. Dude, this card was nuts. The 3 mana version of it was good. Now, that being said, I don't know if I could really put it higher than top 100. So I'm going to put it top 100. It's very good. I wonder how good it would have been if they kept it at 3 mana. It was really good. Okay, Ice Block. 3 mana. Secret, when your hero takes fatal damage, prevent it and become immune this turn. This card was never nerfed, but it was rotated. And the reason they rotated it was because this is a card that's really hard to balance because they can't nerf the cost of his secrets. And if they change the effect, it is not the same card anymore. It's one of those weird situations with Gen and Baku where, like, how do they change the card? It was just really good. Really good. It was Hall of Fame. Sorry, not rotated. Hall of Fame. Realistically, this is probably the reason why Freeze Mage was a real deck, because it gave you an extra turn guaranteed unless you had a way to interact with their secret. And if you're forcing, like, the only class in Classic that had a secret interaction, I believe, was Hunter. The question becomes, chat, because so many of you guys think this is a top 10 card. Why do you guys think it's a top 10 card? Don't get me wrong. Again, very good card. But there are cards on this list that I think deserve more. I hate playing against Ice Block, but it's not probably not top 10. So the thing is, a lot of these cards have emotional attachment for people, right? Like, this card is frustrating to play against, and you probably remember you losing games to it because of the fact that, like, it's that good. I think they Hall of Fame this card purely for design reasons because they can't do that. Chat, I don't know why these ads are here. I don't know. You could go. I can show you guys my entire history. I've never looked up My Little Pony on anything. Like, you can go through my history if you want. Okay. I personally think this is my tier list. You guys can blow me if you think so. I'm going to give it top 50. I might move it up depending on what the list ends up being. I think it's a very good card. And I think for what it was very strong. I don't think it's going to go past that. Unless we'll come back here. Look, see, you guys are copium. Oh my God. Guys, there are so many good cards. There are so many good cards. Anyways. What's next? Ooh. 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 Please just make it clear the intent of the tier list is. The intent of the tier list is when a card's in its prime. Is this card's prime better than other cards on this list? No, I don't think so. That's what the tier list is. That's what it was from the beginning. Was its prime better than fucking Quarter Creeper? I don't think so. Was it better than Deck of Lunacy? No fucking shot it was. Anyways. Okay. Il'Ganis. 4 mana 2/6. Lifesteal. Your lifesteal damages the enemy hero instead of healing you. This card was nerfed to 6 mana and it still saw play. It was released in Storm. Was this the Stormwind card? Wait, what? Oh no, it was nerfed in Stormwind. So interesting fact about this card, chat. This card is one of the few cards that saw play at 2 world championships, and I believe won both. So that's pretty impressive. Also, I think in standard, this might be the highest possible damage with a card like this with the whole combo. It gave Demon Hunter a win condition from healing itself through other cards. Also, with Demon Hunter's like insane draw, the combo was very consistent. I personally think this might be the best OTK ever released in standard. They're like, if you think about how powerful cards were at the time, like it was really good. The one problem with this card is it relied on a lot of other cards for it to be very good. Right? Like it needed the Moarg. It needed the spell damage card for it to be insane. I hated this fucking card. Like I hated it. I hated it. I think Shaman is a better OTK, but still. What's the Shaman OTK? But Rarran, didn't Ice Block also see multiple tournament plays? Dude, I'm in it. Ice Block is a good card. I'm not saying it's bad. The fact that it's top 50 out of 5,000 cards speaks to how good the card truly is. Thank you. This literally loses to Ice Block. True. True, it does. It really does. It really does. Na, na, na. I love this song. Okay. I'm just going to time you out, bro. I'm so tired. Oh my God. I should have done this off stream. I think I'm going to get triggered. Where's Marabi? Dying in ice. What was the OTK I wasn't playing when this was in its prime? You went Il'Ganis, 2 Moarg Artificers, a spell damage card that gave you spell damage +2, but you couldn't target the opponent's face, but that didn't matter because you're Demon Hunter. And then you played a 1 mana card that did 1 damage to 3 minions that had lifesteal. And this card would fuck you up. Really strong card. I don't think it warped the game around it, but it was very good. And it's tough for me to be like, it's not good. I think I'm going to put it here and we'll come back to it. Okay. Okay. I'm going to talk about, let me give you a fucking story here, chatters. Let me give you a story here. Incanter's Flow. 4 mana. Reduce the cost of the spells in your deck by 1. This card used to cost 2 mana, and then it costs 3 mana, and then it costs 4 mana. This might be the strongest card Mage has ever received other than Deck of Lunacy when it was in its prime. And I think it's way better than Ice Block. I'd rather see an Ice Block than Incanter's Flow being played on turn 2. I'm going to be real with you. This card was very, very good, and it warped Mage in a way that was miserable to play against if they played this card. And I remember, like, this is emotional for sure. I remember when this card was played on turn 2, I wanted to throw up. I don't think there's a single other card in the game, by the way, that discounts your entire deck like this. This, like, you played a full spell deck. Okay, the question is this top 10? Where'd I put it? Where'd it go? Huh? Okay. Why can't, what's going on with this tier list? We're going to talk about Pocket Galaxy later. Don't worry. We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about this. Don't worry. Top 20, I think we got stronger cards. I think I would, honestly, I'm willing to put this here. It's in the same vein as Flash of Lightning, but I'm going to leave it here for now. For now. Innervate. 0 mana, gain 2 mana crystals this turn only. You guys see how you're like, oh, this is a top 10 card. And then you see this. Remember this card, chat? Remember this card? Remember this little guy? I don't think it's really like that hard to evaluate this card. The fact that you got 2 mana crystals for free was really good. It helped Druid out a ton, and it was played throughout its entire life cycle. And even when it was nerfed to 1 mana, it was still very, very good what it is now. 2 mana, this card was disgusting. Druid was one of the best classes in the game because of a card like this. Next. Okay, Iron Deep Trog. 1 mana, 1/2. After your opponent casts a spell, summon another Iron Deep Trog. This card was good, but it was even better at first when it was first added to the game. I thankfully didn't have to play against this version because I was playing Mercenaries. After your opponent cast the spell, summon another Iron Deep Trog was the nerf. It used to read, after your opponent cast the spell, summon a copy of this. Now, for those of you who don't understand what that means if you buff this card or you gave it any death rattle or enchantment, if your opponent cast the spell and it lived, it would copy all of the buffs and enchantments over. I didn't play with this card, thankfully. I think it was nerfed pretty fast, no? Wow, it almost took a month. The fuck? I think it's pretty... Now, this is where I need to talk to chat about this. I'm gonna have to talk to chat about this. I didn't play during this time. How much did this warp the game? Because I feel like a card like this should be really good. Every game. Play this turn 1, you win. Imagine playing spells LMAO. Paladin was disgusting. Yeah. I'm pretty sure this warped the game, right? Seems like he was the Undertaker of his meta. Yeah, Undertaker's another card we're going to have to talk about for a while. So the version that I'm talking about, I'm pretty sure was great. I'm going to trust chat's judgment here. I can't tell you honestly, but I can't remember. I'm going to put it in top 20. I think a card like this that impacts the game this hard on turn 1 is really disgusting. Oh my God, I'm gonna have to read this. Hold on. Quarter Creeper wasn't really that powerful. It was a top meta only because a 1-drop pirate plus patches on both sides gave it 4 triggers, and other metas it would have been playable, so not so OP. So because it existed in a game where it was really good, meaning that in its prime it was very playable, it's not a good card. Questions, confusions? I don't understand. That doesn't make any sense because we don't live in a reality where that metagame wasn't there. So therefore, Quarter Creeper was fucking broken. Okay, thank you. All right, let's talk about the good shit. Okay, boys. Kalthos Sunstrider. 6 mana, 4/7. Every third spell you cast each turn costs 1. This is not the version I'm talking about. I'm talking about the version that says every third spell you cast each turn costs 0. Is this the best card that has ever been made in the game? I don't know. Dono walling Bunny Hopper? Wait, what did Bunny Hopper say? Are you choosing the top on the cards? Buddy, I did a list. I went through every expansion. I picked the cards I thought belonged there, and then I talked about top on or worthy, and then I picked the... There you go. All right. We're talking standard in its prime. So in standard in its prime, I'm going to be real, chat. This card deserves at least top 20. This is a nuts card. Nuts card. I'm pretty sure it's top 10. I'm pretty confident top 10. But it's at least top 20, and I'm not taking anything else for an answer. When was this card nerfed? How long did it last for? It cost 6 mana at its prime? Oh, fuck me in my ass. Oh, yeah, it's still 6. Okay, 6 right now. Skullmance, they changed it. And then they unnerfed it when it rotated. Druid was gross. You know what I also remember about this card was the Inner Demon Demon Hunter deck. That was a card. That was a card. All right, Lady Seno. 3 mana, 1/4 immune while attacking. After you cast a spell, attack the lowest health enemy. I'm talking about the version where it had 2 attack. This card was good. Obviously, OTK for Demon. What the fuck is with Demon Hunter, man? There's so many dumb shit in this game because of this class. Oh my god. I think it's good. I think there's better win conditions, chat. I'm gonna be real. Like, I think there's just way better cards than this. So I'm gonna go top 100. I think it's worth discussing. I think it is a top 100 card, but I don't think it's worth anything more than that. It was a good card. I think Il'gynoth is a way better card, personally. All right, let's talk about everyone's favorite card. Leroy Jenkins. 4 mana is the one we're speaking about here, not the 5 mana one, the 4 mana one. 4 mana, 6/2 charge, battlecry, summon 2/1/1 whelps for your opponents. This card was great. Obviously, win condition for a lot of decks, and Classic especially. It was like the win condition. It was the reason why Miracle Rogue was a deck for the most part, other than like maybe Edwin and the Gabson Auctioneer. It was played in every aggro deck. It was played in Handlock as a win condition. And it has this copy pasta. Yeah, the copy pasta. When was it nerfed? It was nerfed in what, Nax? Oh, it was nerfed in Nax. Do you guys remember Undertaker? Wait, is it nerfed before Undertaker came out or after? Leroy Jenkins created a strategy that revolved around trying to defeat your... Unironically, top 20, Bunny. I actually agree with you. I think it's very rare that a card is this good. I mean, 4 mana was so nuts, dude. Oh, it was played forever. Even at 5 mana, it was played forever. But like at 4 mana, it was really, really good. Wasn't it the first Hall of Gamer? No, it was never. I don't think it was ever Hall of Famed. It was Hall of Famed at some point. It was Hall of Fame the year Demon Hunter came out. It was Hall of Fame that year that Demon Hunter came out. Dude, imagine Hearthstone in 2020 if Demon Hunter came out with Leroy Jenkins in the game. I can't put it in top 10 yet. I can't. We only have 5 more slots here, boys. I can't put it in top 10. I think there's more deserving cards. It's somewhere here. I'm gonna put it in top 20 for now. I can't put it in top 10. I can't. It's illegal. I can't. All right. Lightning Bloom. Currently the card says 0 mana, refresh 2 mana crystals, overload 2. What it used to say is basically what Innervate did, which is gain 2 mana crystals and they would overload 2. Obviously, I think Innervate, Classic Innervate is just a better card, but this is obviously a very strong card. I think in its prime, it was good. Like, it was really good. Better than Innervate because it was a more impactful metagame. We can't really do that. You can't do that. Shaman could have it too. I guess, yeah, it's dual class card. It's not top 100, boys. It's not. OG Innervate is a strictly better card because there's no downside, and it was discussed. They had to nerf OG Innervate. They made this card post Innervate because they thought the metagame was okay with it. And it wasn't nerfed, I believe, until it rotated to wild, right? Yeah, it was nerfed until it was rotated. So, me personally, like, probably top 50. I could maybe go for top 40, maybe even top 100. I'm going to leave it in top 50 for now. We'll talk about it later. All right, my dad. I love this card. I miss this card. Whew. Lotheb. 5 mana, 5/5 Battlecry. Enemy spells cost 5 more next turn undead. I'm going to say something. I think this card would be played currently in today's standard. It's probably for the best they don't bring this card back. I think in aggro decks, it would be absolutely just running the game. In classic Hearthstone, All right, when this card was released, I think this card was played in every deck. Like I know I've said that before, but I legitimately think I can't think of a single deck that didn't want this. Maybe Freeze Mage. Maybe Freeze Mage. Very good card to play on tempo. Very good card to stop your opponent from doing a combo. It's just good. It's just a good card. It's just good. Do I think that it is a top 10 card? Probably not. It's probably not a get card I would necessarily call meta warping or meta defining. I think it's just a good card. And I think because of that in its prime, like it was played in every deck. It's like Dr. Boom. It's like Dr. Boom. Like I think it's just a good card. It was played in every. I think it would be played today though. I think it'll be right here. This is fine. Honestly, I might move Dr. Boom lower with Lothar. We'll see. Okay, chat. I'm gonna say something here, and this might be the hottest take on this entire list. Are you really only judging things by their P power and standard, or compared to P power of every other card? It's prime power level in standard. Okay, which means you can't sit here and tell me that Baku, its prime thing in standard because it was rotated into the Hall of Fame in 1 year, wasn't one of the best cards ever printed in the game. It is busted. It was busted, right? Deck of Lunacy in its prime was disgusting. Like the mulligan win rate of that card was disgusting. Honestly, if I think about its prime, I might actually have to move Innervate down. Like it might be here. Anyways, let's talk about Luna's Pocket Galaxy here, okay? This card was released at 7 mana. I'm not talking about the 7 mana one. I'm talking about the 5 mana one. You guys remember the 5 mana one? You guys remember that? The 5 mana version of this card when it was warping the game around it? Do you guys remember that this card was absolutely just, you lost the game if it was played on turn 5? You guys remember that? You guys remember when Blizzard thought it was a good idea to, for some reason? So it's really crazy because Luna's Pocket Galaxy changed the cost of minions in your deck to 1 after it was buffed and then nerfed. People played this at 7 mana because they're like, oh, wait a minute, this card's actually pretty good. It's kind of crazy, right? So I'm gonna make a claim here. All right. And people may not like this, but I personally think this in its prime at 5 mana is like right there. Probably like somewhere here. I think it's very difficult to actually think of a card that was more impactful than a 5 mana Luna's Pocket Galaxy. It's really difficult. It's really difficult. I can think of 10. Bunny, go. You're telling me in its prime at 5 mana, it wasn't one of the most disgusting cards of all time? Three mana Tome Tampering. I think that's wild though. The only downside in your deck, Baku, Geta, Lucia. Who's CTA? What the hell is CTA? Oh, Called Arms. You know, actually, that we talked about Called Arms for a little bit. Some of these other cards, Called Arms is probably gonna go up. I think Altruist might actually go up too. Same as Blind Eye Sharpshooter. It's cool. I'm glad like this is adaptable because it's really hard to come up with like a good list. It's tough, man, because like so many of these cards I think are gonna have to move because there's other cards I think are just objectively better. I'm gonna change shit after. Let's get through the list first. Anyways, I'm putting Luna Pocket Galaxy at number 1 or in top 10. I think it was very good. I think it was very, very hard. It's very hard to argue how good that card was at 5 mana. Gonna pitch for Neptulon again. I didn't put Neptune in top 100. Maybe that's a mistake. Too many cards. Too many good cards. Okay, Mad Scientist. 2-mana 2/2 death battle. Put a secret from your deck into the battlefield. Again, another card I think would be played in current standard. Really good card for 2 mana. I mean, there's not much to say. Just a good card. The higher up a card, the worse the metagame was. So bad? Huh? It's only one of the best cards. It's very good. I think it's top 100 though. No shot that sees play right now. Chat, how many of you guys think this card would see a play right now? In what deck? I mean, I don't know. Aggro Hunter? I don't know. Anyways, I think personally it's a top 100. But it was really good. Very, very good card. Okay. We're here for another big one. Another big boy right here. Mindrender Alucia. 3-mana 1/3. Battlecry, replace your hand with a copy of your opponent's until the end of turn. This card's dog shit. But it used to say swap with your opponent's hand until the end of your turn. And that card would win you the game. And there's no way you could play around it. If they had it, they had it. And it used to cost 2 mana. Where did I put it? Oh my god. Like falls on my mouse. Okay, anyways, thanks for listening to my TED Talk. Most powerful card ever printed outside Ganonbaku changed my mind. It was a good card. It was a good card. It was a good card. Okay, Mysterious Challenger. For some reason, it's at 5 mana instead of a 6/6. We're gonna talk about the 6/6 version, which is actually right here, which is very nice. 6 mana 6/6. Mysterious Challenger. Battlecry. Put one of each secret from your deck into the battlefield. This card was good. Probably the best card from TGT. I can't think of another card from TGT that would be better than this. It was good. Was it meta warping? I don't know. See, it's tough because the deck that ran this card was more of like a curve deck, right? So you would go like 1-drop, Shielded Minibot, Muster for Battle, Piloted Shredder, Loatheb, Mysterious Challenger into this, right? So this card was good. Like, it was a good card. You play this on turn 6 after you play all those other cards, and it was like, it probably just winning the game because like your opponent was so far behind at that point. That was a weird time in Hearthstone. Also, I wonder how good this card would have been if they didn't nerf Patron right before. It could be replaced with any 6-drop. I don't know about that. Not during its time. What do you mean by meta warping? Meaning that like a card single-handedly is so strong that the decks have to warp around it to try to actually win games. Like a card is so strong that the game is built around it. It was good. You know, it was matter. You know what? Chat, I'm gonna be real with you guys. Now that we've seen more cards, I think he goes down. I think weirdly this is probably like a 50 card too. I might have to move this up. All right, now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Where's Ogre? Edge. Dedge. No, 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 no. Okay. This is gonna be a weird one because I can't wait for chat's reaction to this. Nazos first mate. 1 mana 1/1 equip or battle cry equip a 1/3 rusty hook pirate. Some of you might look at this card and go, what the fuck? Why is this card here? This card was nuts. This is one of the best reasons that you would play Pirate Warrior. And it was really good with patches, but single-handedly as a card, it is fucking insane. Now, the thing is, I don't think it ever warped the game. You would keep it in your mulligan, absolutely. Can you play the Raynad clip? What's the Raynad clip? I don't even remember what it is. Raynad. Chat, what clip is it? Don't you have to take into consideration Mysterious Child is the best card of a very weak set? I don't think it's the best in the top 100. Yeah, that's why, like, I don't know. It's tough because people will be really emotional about a card like this because it literally would win games. Like, people would play that, hear the voice line, and then probably just concede, right? So it's weird. It's just so much wisdom. I can't remember what it is. If you have the link, Bunny, if you want to send it to me, I'm down. Anyways, I think this card was really good. Okay, and I think people like would forget about this card a lot of the time, but going through the list of cards, I think this card is just, as a 1-drop in a game of Hearthstone, if this card was played, is very good. The thing is that a lot of other cards on this list are really good, and I don't feel confident putting it higher than top 100. It was good though. It was good. Would we play today? I don't know. It's tough because it's like, if there's a pirate deck, maybe. Yo, Yoga Pants, thanks for the sub. Crossy, thanks for the sub too, bro. I'm sorry I missed that. I hope you're still here. The cats are chasing each other. What the fuck? Why did I typed in Yoga Pants? Because that's what he just subbed. LOL. Okay. My brain went on autopilot there because I was watching my cats chase each other. Yo, buddy, how's the kid, by the way, man? Okay. Efficient Octobot. 3 mana 1/4. Frenzy, reduce the cost of a card in your hand by 1. It's a mech and a beast. I'm not talking about this version though. I'm talking about the 2 mana version, which was only nerfed in Alterac Valley. Huh? Do you include the pre-nerf 0 mana charge on this list? What's the pre-nerf thing? I can chill here. Nice, buddy. That's awesome, bro. This card's tough too, right? Because it's like, it was played throughout. It was played in every rogue deck, I'm pretty sure. How does Frenzy work? It takes 1 damage and it survives. Or it takes damage and survives. Oh my god, relax. I have no idea how good this card would, like, I don't even know where to put this on the list because it's just mana cheating. Is mana cheating that good? Mana cheating's good. I'm gonna do a top 100. I think it's really good, but I don't know. I feel like you need other cards. Okay. Ooh, buddy. Okay. Patches the Pirate. 1 mana 1/1. After you play a pirate, summon this minion from your deck. It's a demon and a pirate. Also, used to have charge. Okay, so this is the conversation we truly need to have here, okay? So I'm gonna, this is where I'm gonna make the list above this, okay? This is called 1. All right, this is what I believe the best card in the game, okay? Patches the Pirate with charge warped the game around it. Every single class paid pirates because of this card. But is it more meta warping and more of a, as a card in itself, is it more impactful to the game than Baku or Gen? Because let's be real, I don't really have to discuss. If you played during this time, you knew how good it was. Like, it's a card that was in almost every single deck. It comes down to, like, how good is this card? It was overplayed. Let's be honest. Dude, you guys are so cringe. There's no way you just said that. The only time this card was bad is when you drew him. In 99% of circumstances, it was just good. I don't really agree that everyone ran pirates, even in mid-range. Hold on. Sponsorship, sponsor. Okay. Can you guys not hear this? Hold on.
Tools. So
it's here now.
Here's a Tempo Rogue list that's solid. Tier 1 deck. It's an excellent deck.
Now, hello.
Let's play some early dudes, some pirates to get control of the board. So some tempo stuff, some South Sea Captain. Just good, efficient dudes. Plays a tempo game and kills your opponent. Okay, I mean, what's another good deck? Warlock got a lot of new tools. It got a cool like Spellstone to gain life with. It got Skull of Manon, blah blah blah, that summons demons and stuff. It got Void Lord, Oaken Heart, all these sick cards. Well, the best Warlock deck's actually just Zoo. And, you know, of course, Warlock doesn't have weapons, but let's put Pirates in it anyway, just because we can. Because Patches is so well balanced that the best 3-drop in the game is actually South Sea Captain in a deck with no other Pirates. Well, okay, I mean, Zoo has always been a good deck, right? So, I mean, it's not that surprising that it's good after it got a couple new tools. That's fine right now. Metagame's safe. Well, what about Druid? Druid got some cool cards. It got Twig. Let's build a cool Druid deck. Let's play Arcane Tyrant and Ultimate Infestation's so broken, and there's all these good cards and tools. It's a good deck. You know, it's better. Pirates. This is the best Druid deck.
Yeah, you guys get the point. Anyways, really good card. Obviously, really good card. So the question becomes: Is Patches the Pirate the best card ever printed in Hearthstone? When we did the video for the best legendary, I said Patches the Pirate was the best legendary ever printed in Hearthstone. It is very hard to argue that a card warped the game as much as it did. But honestly, you can make the same case for Baku and Gen. And honestly, Mind Under Lucia, if it was a neutral card, would probably be there. Spreading Plague and Branching Paths are better. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna move these 3 up. Actually, no, I gotta keep them here because we need 10 cards here. We're gonna talk about this after. Okay, we're gonna talk about here. What's next? Ooh, he's a fun card. The old Penflinger. Okay, Penflinger. 1 mana, 1/1. Deal 1 damage to a minion. Spell burst. Return this to your hand. We're not talking about this fucking one because this one's atrocious. It used to say deal 1 damage, which means you can go face with this, and it was really good. Also, probably one of the most iconic voice lines of all time. If you played against it, you probably remember like, "Hey, loser, wasn't me." You know, that card. This one was really good. It was a very good card. A lot of decks played it because it was just good. I think there was like Paladin was the main one for sure. I think Rogue played it. I'm pretty sure Demon Hunter played it. I don't know if it's more meta warping than some of these cards, but it was really good. I think I have to put it in top 100. Maybe it was like top 50. Oh yeah, you used to hate yourself, Warlock. I'm gonna put top 50. I think it's a good card. How many cards are in? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, there's 9 cards in there. We'll talk about this after. We might move some cards around. Ooh, another slapper. Okay, Preparation, but not this one. We're talking about this one. 0 mana, Preparation. The next spell you cast this turn costs 3 less. Probably the best mana cheating card for majority of Hearthstone's lifespan other than Innervate. The old classic prep coin concede. Preparation is still played to this day. It is very good. The thing is, you guys got to remember that there are other cards on this list that are worthy of top 10. I think this card is very good. Better than Innervate, to be honest. I'm going to disagree with you on that one. Me personally, it did get nerfed, but so did Innervate. I think personally, Innervate for 2 mana is really good. I probably think this is a top 20 card, but we might move this bitch up. Okay, we might move it up. I'm gonna leave it here. Okay, we only have 2 more slots for each of these. Dude, I gotta move some shit down to top 30. Holy fuck. This is crazy. There's so many good cards. Okay, next on the list. My cat keeps smacking me. Any tips? Have you stopped being a little bitch? No, I'm kidding. Okay, I don't know. It depends what you're doing. All right. Prince Keliseth, 2 mana, 2/2 battle cry. If your deck has oh my god, if your deck has no 2 cost cards, give all minions in your deck +1/+1. Now, this card was good. A lot of decks would play this for 2, or they would cut all 2 cost cards from the deck to play this for the high roll potential. Most appropriately, I think Rogue was the one that played this the most, just because Shadow Step exists. No, I don't even know where to put it. It's mid, honestly. I mean, you say that now, but when it was good, it was really good. What do you mean it's mid? It was played. It was played. But the thing is like, if you didn't Shadow Step this card, right? You just played Keliseth on 2. Was it really that good? People often consider that this meta had basically had no good 2 mana cards, so dropping them for Keliseth was very easy. Okay. It was played, but so was Chillwind Yeti. Caitlin, Chillwind Yeti is goated. Mid of the list, but not actually mid. Yeah, I think it's more like, this is probably the last top 50 card. Somewhere around here. I might move some of these around, but I think for the time being, I think this is top 50. I think this is what it is. I think this is a good way of doing it. It's a good way of doing it. It's a good way of doing it. Yeah, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. Oh man, another banger, boy. This is where we have so many on this list that there are every other card on this list, I'm pretty sure, is, oh, this is gonna be difficult, except for Flamewaker. You know what? Fuck Flamewaker. I'm putting a top 100 after we've seen some of these cards. There's no shot. I might change that after. We'll see. Okay, chat. Let's talk about my goat. My goat right here. Prince Renethal. 3 mana, 3/4. Your deck size and starting health are 40. Probably the most iconic card from the year it was released. It changed standard forever that they nerfed the starting health to 35. It's very hard to argue that this card didn't actually change the game for the better, I would say. I miss it dearly, and I wish they would rotate it back into standard. I don't think that's going to happen. I'm still sad. Yeah, even the nerf version was played. I don't know. I think it's just really good card. Really good card. Really good card. Okay, where do I put it though, man? Where do I put it? Is it here? Is it here? Is it here? Okay. Oh my god. I love this card. Low Trog is criminal. Bunny, do you not remember how good Trog was though? Like in its first iteration, where it would copy itself, not summon another Iron Deep Trog. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that was pretty gross. That could win the game on turn 1. It's tough. Like, maybe it is the last card in top 20. I want to put it here. Like, if it was emotional, I would put it here. But I can't. I legally can't. I'm going to have to move some cards down. I'm going to be fully transparent with you guys. I'm going to have to move cards down. I'm going to have to move cards down. Because, like, bro, we got Reno Jackson next on the list, man. Like, you're talking about cards that changed the game. Like, this is the OG guy who changed the game. Let's be real here. Like, in its prime, my boy Reno. Are we insane? Mindrender and Deck of Lunacy down. I'm going to time you out. There's no way you just said that out loud. No. You get a 1 minute timeout. You get a 1 minute timeout for saying that out loud. Take a step back and reevaluate what you just said. Okay. Reno Jackson, 6 mana, 4/6 battle cry. If your deck has no duplicates, fully heal your hero. In its prime, change the game. It was like Hearthstone's future is based on this card. Like, full transparency. I think it says a lot. Like, during its time, probably the most played card during its era. It was, people loved it. Which future? Okay, let's relax. let's calm down there. Let's calm down there, okay? Highlander was not very good though until it had other cards though. That's the problem with it. But it was fun as fuck, bro. It was so fun to play it. It's weird because like this card I wouldn't call like wins you the game outright, but unless you were against an aggro deck. But man, it was just fun. This card made me stay in Hearthstone. I'm a casual player. If I put a top 40, you guys think you're gonna be mad? I don't know. The thing is, if I think about like it in its prime, I think it was very good. But at the cost of other cards in the game, though, I think it's top 40. I think it's top. I think top 40 is fine. I think it's a, you know, if maybe there. I'm gonna keep it 40. I think it has an argument for top 1 in terms of impact on the game long term. If we're talking about cards that fundamentally changed Hearthstone, this is probably like top 3, if not number 1. I think it's hard to argue that Reno Jackson was a better card than majority of the cards above it, right? Like maybe it's on par with Edwin, but we'll keep it here for the time being. All right, what's next? Oh man. All right, speaking about getting emotional, here we go, boys. Oh, yippee. What the fuck's his name? Reno what? Lone Ranger. Okay, 9 mana hero card, battle cry. If your deck started with no duplicates, empty the enemy board and limit it to 1 space for a turn. This card was recently changed. It used to say battle cry. If your deck has no duplicates, empty the enemy board and limit it to 1 space a turn. It's high noon. It also went from 8 to 9. So I'm going to be honest. I really don't know which one is better because both of them have a reason to be played. But the fact that so many decks put this in their deck and there weren't Highlander to begin with is a really strong case for how strong this card truly is, right? As a card in a Highlander deck, it's the best card. Nothing comes close. I think this version is just fundamentally worse. This is a better design for the game, but the other version was probably better. Which has me thinking, how much better is it than other cards? The next card is so absurd. Yeah, it's pretty good, right? Okay, what's the... All right, let's be real here. Let me bring this bitch up real fast. Okay, so let's be real here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Quarter down. Quarter is not going down. What are you guys taught? Is it better than Zephyrus? Oh, what? I didn't wait. Where did I got a photo of Zeph, right? Zeph should be here. Hold on. Zeph should be here. Hold on. I don't know why he's not here. I must have not grabbed the image for him. Give me a sec. He should be here. He needs to be here. Bottom right? Oh, he is here. Okay, yeah, you're right. I knew I fucking brought him. I was like, there's no fucking way I didn't bring that bitch. I knew how good he was. Oh, I need music because I'm going insane. What's next? I think I don't know. Dude, Reno's tough because it's like a card that is so strong that non-Highlander decks want to run it. 8 mana to empty your opponent's board and limit them for the next turn, so you get a huge tempo advantage, and it's a pretty good hero power. Come on. I think it's top 20. We'll talk about it after. I might move it. Oh, Peter. Is that Reno or Prince Renathal for your control deck? Both. I don't know. It's tough because it's like comparing apples to oranges, bro. Like he forces you to go Highlander. Prince Renathal gives you more cards and he gives you more health, and he's just different, right? He's just different. Okay, anyways. Oh, another slapper right here, to be honest with you. Okay, should we talk about one of my biggest misplays in Hearthstone of all time, and it wasn't even during a game? I said this card was bad. You got who was there for that moment? Remember that, chat? I said this card was bad at 3 mana. Classic Rarran moment. 5 mana 0/2. After you draw 4 cards, reduce the cost of the cards in your hand by 1. Lose 1 durability. This card, when it was first released, cost 3 mana. In theory, this is 3 mana to reduce your hand by 30 mana at its absolute best, but it did pretty much that for most of it. I'm going to be honest. It was nerfed twice. It went from 4 to 5. Dies to ooze. True. Yo, Radiant, thanks for the sub, bro. Welcome back. Appreciate it. How do I evaluate a card like this? Because in a vacuum, it's very good. And the fact that it was nerfed twice makes me believe it's a top 30 card for sure, right? Like it's... And it was still played at 5. Like, that's crazy. Okay, let me be real here. Yo, can we stop fighting here, children? Mooney. Stop. You're being a bully. Stop. Dude, my kitten. Stop. Leave him alone. Here, play with this. Wow, that's so crazy. Wow. Here, have that. Sorry, my kitten's getting attacked. Are you judging that card by their nerfed or unnerfed? They're prime. Their prime version. 3 mana rod is probably better than prep. I like that take. You know what? I like that take. I'm moving prep down. I like that take a lot. That. You know what? I actually agree with that. Okay, but hold on. Okay, we're keeping this for now. This is fine. Oh my god, there's another card. You see how hard this is, chat? You see how hard this was? Secret Passage! 1 mana. Replace your hand with 4 cards from your deck. Swap back at the next turn. At best case scenario, or sorry, before this was nerfed, it was 5 cards. This was the best draw card of all time. What is there to say, bro? I don't know how this got past final design at 5. I don't know. I couldn't tell you how that got passed. They must have been smoking the hashish that day when they're like, this is good. This is a good card right here. Oh. Man, I don't even know what to say about this. I think a lot of people who, if you just play card games in general, you know this card's very strong, right? So it comes down to like, I think this is the best draw card in the game. But is it truly better than any one of these? Better than Flash? Yo, chill. Yo, Moon, what's your deal, bro? Why are we freaking out? Hey. Yeah, I'm gonna have to save my kitten soon. He's getting harassed. Oh god, my cat has zoomies. It's over. Moon, what's going on? Better than Trog? Trat really overrated and not gonna lie. I didn't play with Trog, so I don't know when it was in that version. I mean, it's arguably like it's top 5 rogue cards probably of all time. It's really hard to imagine a world where rogue wouldn't want to play that. Like if it was in standard today, it would see play. It would see play forever, right? It would see play forever. I don't know, man. This card seems so strong. Turn 1, win the game. Seems pretty good. Ask Jay Alex, he'll tell you. Yeah, but Jay Alex is like giga biased, no? No, I guess he's like the rogue main. So if I'm gonna ask someone for the rogue main, what it would be? Can you move all the asterisk cards down 1? Okay, what's the asterisk cards besides the watch post here? Chat, what's gonna get me more engagement on the YouTube video? Trogger Secret Passage higher. Flash of Lightning seems way too high. Yeah, it could win the game on turn 4. It seems, I don't know about you, but the card at 2 mana that could win a game on turn 4, I think is a little bit disgusting. Same as Trog, right? Like Trog's nuts. I feel like if you think this card is worse than top 20, you didn't play the game when this card was at its peak. Can we add Mukla? No. I'm leaving it here. It's probably higher. Okay. Shadow Reaper Anduin. Okay. So here's the thing about Anduin. 8 mana, hero card for priest, the Death Knight, battle card to destroy all minions with 5 more attack. The hero power is void form. 2 mana, deal 2 damage after you play a card. Refresh this. This is my hot take here. This card was not nearly as good without Raza and needed Raza. So I can't put this card higher than top 50. Good card. Wasn't meta warping though. Just a good card. That's the logic. Good card. Oh, fuck me. This is when we get really big. Okay, chatters. Shadow Step. 0 mana, return a friendly minion to your hand. It costs you less. This is where it gets really tough. Top 10? Oh, Force of Nature? Okay, sure. Sure, I can move Force of Nature down. Okay. Top 10? Top what? Chat, this is not the best card in the game. There's not the best card in the game. There's no way. Chat, what was better, Secret Passage or Shadow Step? Well, you guys argue this conundrum. I'm going to go pee because I got to pee so bad. I'll be back. Yo, what's my hot take here? Shadow Step is better than Passage, but Auctioneer is better than both. No, it's not. Please explain how Shadow Step is not top 10. I mean, okay. If I'm talking about the best card in its prime, Shadow Step is objectively just a very good card, right? It's just always been a good card. But does it really do more than Baku Does it really do more than Mindrunner Elusia at 2 mana? Did it really do more than Deck of Lunacy when it was at its peak? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Now, is it a good card? Yeah, of course it is. Personal hatred does not equal actual power level. Yeah, that's probably for the best. Shadow Step is greater than Kalathos. Yeah, on that note, I'm just going to put it where I think it belongs. I'm putting it here for now. I don't think it's better than Secret Passage, me personally. I think it's worthy of being in top 50 because of how good it has been. But me personally, I don't think it touches anything above it. Thanks for listening to my TED Talk. Shock Splitter. Spitter, sorry, not Splitter. This is enough of Rarran being objectively wrong. I'm out. He didn't put the card where I believed it should be. Fuck. Bye. Okay, Shock Splitter. Battlecry, 4 mana, 3/3 Battlecry, deal 1 damage. Proved by your hero attacks this game. It used to be 2 mana, which is really good because it was very easy to continuously attack over and over and over again. I think a lot of people will be like, oh, this card isn't that great, but it's good. Like, it was a very, very good card. And I think, personally speaking, I think if it lasted a 2 mana more, it would have became one of the most hated cards in Hearthstone. But compared to other cards, like, fuck, bro, I don't know. Like, how many people would I trigger if I move him down and I put this guy up? I think that's correct. Shadow Splitter was only good because it was the last expansion of the year. Dude, why are we like, what is this watch posting, man? Like, the card was there, it was available, and therefore it was good. Like, what the fuck logic is that? It was good in the metagame it was in. Obvious. I can't with these chatters sometimes, man. Like, what are you talking about, man? Anyways. Okay, Shutterwalk. Holy moly. 9 mana 6/6 Battlecry. Repeat all our Battlecries from cards you played this game. I think the only change it's ever had is that they capped the amount of Battlecries to 20. And then they made the animations faster. This card was very good. I think in standard, it was good. It was great. I think it's gotten better over time. It's one of those cards that I think like really has become inevitable. Like, it's Thanos currently. If it gets all of its Infinity Stones, it wins. This one's emotional too, because people will look at this and go like this. Top 20, but not better than Shadow Step. Okay, let's ask the chatters here. Yo, chatters, do you think Shadowwalk is worse or better than Shadow Step? Shadow Step is better for its time and standard. Shadow Step has been in the game for its entire life cycle. Remember, we're focusing on its peak, not like its playability over 10 years, even though for Edwin, I think it's fair because Edwin has been very good in its prime. Shadow Step is interesting because it's the foundation of making broken combos, but it needs cards to be good. Like, if you don't have good battle cries, but it's the same thing you could say about Shutterwalk, right? Like, if there's not good battle cries, what are you playing Shutterwalk for? It's weird. It's like a weird, you know what? Honestly, I think they're all like pretty par. You know what? After I said that out loud, I think they're pretty much on par. Right here. Easy. What's on your wall? Golden Brash. Don't say more like belongs in the trash. Okay, Sinstone Graveyard. 3 mana location. Summon a 1/1 ghost. Has +1/+1 for each other card you played this turn. This card used to be 2 mana, and it used to be a stealth ghost. Now, we talked about Mr. Edwin Van Cleef, and I love Edwin Van Cleef. Okay. Very good card in its prime. Very, very good card. But like, I'm pretty fucking sure this card is like one of the biggest atrocities that's ever come out of Hearthstone's lab. 2 mana to get an Edwin Van Cleef that's stealth, and it's 1 less mana, and you develop other stuff with it. Shadow Step carried both this and Edwin. Okay. Yeah, that seems good. Okay. Sire did not. I'm kidding. Okay. Sire Denathrius. 10 mana, 10/10 lifesteal, battlecry, deal 5 damage amongst enemies. Endlessly infused 2, deal 1 more. It used to say endlessly infused for 1. This card was a meta card. Very good card. Really good with Bran. It was especially good in, I think in Druid was probably the #1 card. This card was meta warping in conjunction with a Renathal. I was going to say a Nubricon and Bran, but it was a good card. Why is Deca Lunacy in top 10? I can't. If you have to ask, you just didn't play during its time. That's all I got to say. Can't be better than Astlar. Chat, you think this card's better than Astlar in its prime? Kind of needed Brandon Druid. No. Daddy D is top 20 in its prime. I disagree with that. Good card though. Barely top 100. This card was so busted that the only time I got legend was this in meta. This in DK? I feel like this card was nerfed before Death on even came out, right? Astlar could be in any deck. You have to build it on Sire. Did you really? Let's go back to Rarran complaining about this card every single time it was played. Did I complain? I thought this card was gonna be bad. Like, I legitimately thought at first glance when it was endlessly infused 1 that it was gonna be bad. I was like, why would I hold this card in my hand for it to just die? For me to just die? But it ended up being really good. It's funny because when I talked to Gallon at, I don't remember what it was for. Maybe it was when they threw me out for Death Knight. I was like, did you guys actually think that Sire Denathrius was going to be good? He's like, yeah, we thought the cornerstone card of Castle Nathria was going to be good. I was like, fuck. I don't know, man. It's tough. Like, he's a good card. Okay, you know what, chat? Hold on. I got to make some decisions here. We got to move some shit down. Let's be real here. Oh my god. Is it top 50 worthy? In its prime? If you played Sire in top 20, you played a Nubricon Druid? I mean, I put a Nubricon in 40 because he's good. He enabled some fucking degenerate shit. I'm going to move this here and go here. We'll do this. I don't know. I honestly, it's tough with Denathrius. Sludge Bush on this list? No, he's not. There's too many good cards. He didn't make the cut. What the fuck? I typed in Sire Denathrius again because it was on my mind. Okay, I'm gonna be biased here, so let's be real here. I gotta be careful. Risky Skipper. 1 mana 1/3. After you play a minion, deal 1 damage to all minions as a pirate. I think this is the best card Warriors ever received. I think this card's insane. I think this is the only reason we had a chance against Demon Hunter when it was first released. I miss this card so much. I miss it so much. It was so fun to play with. It was so fun. I miss it so much. This is the card that I hit rank 1 legend with, so I'm biased. Chat, how good is this card? Surprised it's on the list? What do you mean? Why are you surprised it's on the list? If we didn't have this card in standard, there's no way we would have anything to fight with against Demon Hunter for time. We needed this card. I miss it. Like it's how much merit, chat, does it have to counter the best deck in the game? Like Demon Hunter was tier 0. There was one deck in the game that was able to beat it, and that was this. Like I feel like that carries a lot. Ever bad? No, it was good. It was bad when it was first released. It needed Ashes of Outlands cards for it to be strong. But we're considering its peak. Man. I don't know. It's tough. I think it deserves more, but I have to put it here because there's too many better cards. Oh man. Okay. Skull of Gul'dan, 6 mana, draw 3 cards, Outcast, reduce their cost by 3. I'm talking about the 5 mana version of this, chat. 5 mana. This card was nerfed in 24 hours. At the time, probably the best draw card we've ever seen. Because this came before Secret Passage. Oh my god. Imagine this card was it stayed at 5 mana. You haven't even reached C, that's what I'm saying. You know this card was stronger than I-Beam because it was still playing with a nerf? Tricky. I-Beam was played after it was nerfed. It was still very good. It's just that 0 mana, it was insane. Hot take, but hear me out. Secret Passage and Aquatic Form are objectively 2 best cards in the game. Patches won't be played without Pirates, but those 2 cards will be played until the end of time. Yeah, but we're talking about it in its standard prime. You're trying to tell me that those 2 cards were better than Patches? Ain't no way, bro. Ain't no way. OG version of Skull is the best card burst. Best card burst draw I think HS has ever seen. You are okay in your thinking, but you need to look at the game more holistically. How about you suck my ass? I think I'm doing fine. That ass sucking me on the secret OnlyFans. Okay, let's be real here. 5 mana Skull of Gul'dan. I mean, you thought I was talking about you? Oh, sorry, you didn't add anyone. That's my bad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You gotta add the person, bro. I just read it at face value. I'm so sorry. You can still suck my ass though if you want. Is it illegal if I put it there? Okay, chat. I'm gonna do something potentially wrong, but I think I gotta do what I gotta do here. I can't imagine a world where 5 mana Skull of Gul'dan is not top 20 or higher. I just can't. Leroy was much better than Reno. Chat, you think Leroy Jenkins is better than Reno Lone Ranger? I think this is fine. Dude, this is impossible. There's so many good cards, and if I'm considering them in their peak, it's insane. Like 5 mana Skull of Gul'dan, bro. The thing is with these Demon Hunter cards, chat, is like we'll never really know how good they were because they were gone in 24 hours. Like we'll never know. Like the fact that it was nerfed in 24 hours is insane. Like that's crazy to think. That's crazy to think about. We'll never truly know how impactful 5 mana Skull of Gul'dan was. We'll never know. Okay, anyways. Source. Oh my god, this is another card that's so good. Okay. I'm not talking about that one. That one's illegal. Source's Apprentice. 2 mana, 3/2. Your spells cost 1 less. For mage. A while for this card to be good. It was good in Classic. It was played. It wasn't insane. It was good. I think what was the best for this? What was the best for this chat? What was the best deck for this one? Was it Quest Mage from Mangoro? Tempo. Just watch your first 12 wins video, and my god, the anxiety was through the roof. Man, I hope you liked it. Thanks for watching it. I'm glad that can I ask you a question, Laughing? Did you get that recommended to you, or like did you look up my channel and then watch the video? Chat Antonitis was terrible. Yeah, Flamewaker is the other one, right? Flamewaker and Luna. In Cancer Slow's top 20, it's only busted and wild if this card makes it, then peak test subject makes it. Chat, who's gonna fucking tell this guy how broken 2 mana and Cancer Slow was? Are we like, are people okay? Too many of these girls with old, okay. I don't know. No one's really selling me on it. So like, I think I gotta put it here. Again, there's so many cards that like all of these are good, but it's so good. Like in its prime, I can't remember like there's not. I played this game since class. I can't remember a single card or a single deck that really made me want to like remember this. I don't know. Okay, this is actually like a really hard one too because I do think this card was insane. Okay, chat. 0 mana Soulfire. Deal 4 damage. Discard a random card. Just because it was in every mage deck. Yeah, but like, would I rather have a jack of all trades or something that made me go like, oof, you know? Top 100. Okay, boys, let's relax here for a second. 0 mana Soulfire was nuts. I think it's a top 50. Like, if I'm gonna be real, 0 mana Soulfire, like, you can't tell me you look at this card and think that's okay. It was so good. It was so good. Hit it with the spinner on that one. Can't. Hold on. I gotta move some shit down. Okay, Cal says you're going to top 100. I'm gonna put it here now. It might go down. 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 I can't promise. It might go down. Zero mana was good. It was a good card. Really good card. Really good card. It's really good. Okay. Yippee. Okay. What the frick's going on with the text there, man? Spirit Claws. 1 mana, 1/3 has +2 attack while you have spell damage. Now, some of you might be like, there's no way this card's good. Wait, I missed what Laughing said. Laughing, did you respond to what I said? Did he leave? Recommended, I think, but I was already a sub before. Okay. Thanks. Wild, thanks for the sub. And Mark, thanks for the sub. Welcome back, guys. Appreciate it. Love the channel. Love the more Rarran content. Thanks, man. I like it. XD. Okay, so people who think this card is not good, when this card was released in One Night in Karazhan, this card clawed your ass. It was nasty. It was nasty. It really took you to the back of Karazhan and really showed you what's good. Like it was kind of gross. And at its time, like in the time of Karazhan and Old Gods, when rotation happened, like this card, it just get in there, champ. How was it nerfed? It went to 2 mana. 2 mana was tough because I think that the play pattern was like Spirit Claws into the hero power. Card was nasty though, along with the taunt. You think it's top 90? Spell damage totem was removed. Well, it's back now. I'll have you know, Ren, that this card was ass and the best streamer said in the reviews. True. The thing is, man, is it really better than some of these other cards? Okay, I'm gonna do something currently, but I'm gonna move it after, just so we can kind of move things on. I've been streaming for a while here. I've been talking a lot. Okay, I'm gonna put it here. I'm gonna move it down probably. But for the time being, I'm gonna keep it there because I do think it was very good. Okay, this is another one where I think a lot of people forgot about it. But this card was so good. Spiteful Summoner, 6 mana, 4/4. Battlecry, reveal a spell from your deck, summon a random minion with the same cost. This card was very good, and it put a lot of decks to play Spiteful Summoner because it was very good. Like if you play this on turn 10, like people built decks to only run 10 cost cards or 10 cost spells so you can high roll. And then it was nerfed to 7. It was very good. First time I got a legend was Spiteful Druid. I love this card. Yeah, it was good. I mean, I didn't like it to be honest, but it was very good. Top 5? Okay, I don't know about top 5. But it was good. This card is so dumb. I don't think it's top 100. I think it's better. I think it's better than top 100. I think it's top 50, dude. I think like it had people make decks because of this card. You know what I mean? Like I feel like it's so good. The problem is like, what do I bring down? It's not better than Keleseth. Where the fuck did I put Keleseth? He's top 50. Spiteful Summoner would have been much worse for the meta if Creeper didn't run everyone. I think it was very good. Was Giggling Inventor that good? At 5 mana, she giggled your inventor. You know what I mean? Fuck, I don't know what to do. I'm so lost. It's so tough. There's so many good cards. Okay, maybe I gotta make a bold call here. Okay, I'm sorry, Force of Nature. You're going down. I'm moving Spirit Claws down. I'm putting this here for the time being. I think this card deserves to be here. I think the fact that decks were built around it and you consistently saw it until it was nerfed. Like I have to talk about it. I have to. I play your videos while exercising and time flies with your videos. I really enjoy your videos where you make other content with other content creators from other card games. Great cards. I need more. Dude, thanks for watching. I'm glad I'm your workout material. God damn, bro. What's the reason for J Golem isn't included in the tier list? I think J Golem's good. Like you're talking about Jade Idol, you mean? Jade Idol is good. I just think there's better cards for Druid. And it's tough because again, like there are really good cards that I didn't include in here, but I can only do 100. It's really tough. It's really, really tough. I'm going to explain why this top 100 thing is here, by the way. Just for the record. I wasn't here when the Shadow Step was discussed. Can I make a case for it to be higher, considering you know Battlecry and Rogue Neutrals I've ever seen to take that card in consideration? Okay, the thing is, okay, Striker, I don't think you need to. This is the hardest part about Shadow Step here is it really better than any one of these other cards? I think maybe you could make the case that like Shadow Step's better than Renethal. Like, does this make chat sparkle and sunshine if I do that? Does that make you guys feel good? Like, I can't. I think legitimately Renethal is a better card, but Shadow Step is worse than Prep. No, I can't, man. He was too impactful. He's too impactful. He's too good. I like him too much. Okay, I'm gonna keep this for now. That's fine. Okay, Spreading Plague. What the fuck? I hope this is fun, by the way, chat. I have no idea if this is a good stream. I didn't want to do this all by myself off stream. Okay, Spreading Plague, 6 mana, summon a 1/5 Scarab with Taunt. If your opponent has more minions, cast this again. It used to be 5 mana. Used to be fun. All right, it's fun. Okay, good. Pog. It used to be 5 mana. Here, chat. I'm gonna show you guys something. Hey, buddy. You guys want to see my kitten? I'll show you guys my kitten if you want to come. Hold on. You come here. Hey, bud. Come here. You're running so much. Oh God. This is Zuko for anyone who hasn't met him yet. Okay. Mid cat? Fuck off, man. He's so cute. Oh, fuck it. I'm gonna ban that guy. I actually think that's a bannable offense. That's crazy, dude. Okay, Spreading Plague. 6 mana, summon a 1/5 Scarab with Taunt. If your opponent has more minions, cast it again. I'm talking about the 5 mana boy. Was nerfed pretty quickly. I believe it was nerfed in Frozen Throne. Yeah, it was nerfed about a month later. I'm gonna be real. I think Spreading Plague is a really good card here. And yeah, it was giga annoying, but I don't know. I can't put it higher than this. I can't. I think it was a really good card, but I can't. There's no way it's better than some of these cards. I can't. Even the nerf should have just played. Yeah, but you can say that about so many cards, right? Like Hysteria was played, right? And like Efficient Octobot was played, and like Sharpshooters played, right? Like, I gotta move Called Arms up. Hold on, I gotta move this card up. The card deserves to be higher up. I'm gonna move it here for the time being. I think it's actually really tough. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna need your help with this one because this one's tough. Okay, this one I think is very difficult to evaluate because this card went through a lot of iterations. 10 mana, 11/11 Thaddeus Monstrosity. Taunt. Your odd cost cards cost 2 less, and it swaps polarity each turn. This card I think was at its best when it was your odd cost cards your cards cost 4 less. But okay, I think me personally, this is a weird thing to evaluate. You had to cheat it out, which means, is it really this card or is it the play pattern behind it? Like, I think this card definitely deserves to be spoken about for sure, you know, but I think it's a top 100. I think it's a top 100. It's just, I think it's gross. Like, I think it's just, remember, can I just talk about this real fast? I'm going to say that, what the fuck? Oh, I've never, what menu was that? Wait, can I go back? Oh, I missed it. I changed it. I'm just going to say this real fast. This card could suck my ass. Okay. Hey guys, you remember this card? The Caverns Below. 1 mana quest. Play 4 minions with the same name. Reward, you got a crystal core. The crystal core is 5 mana for the rest of the game. Your minions are 5/5. It was nerfed like a lot. It was changed for sure, but this is the original version. So now we come to probably the hardest decision here is the polarity of this quest worth it being higher than top 50? Yeah, right? I think it would be. This card was like, you played aggro or you lost, which means that card probably deserves to be higher. This card made Kibler swear. Oh my god. Oh my god, chat, look what's next. Okay, hold on. I gotta rearrange some shit here. I gotta make some tough decisions. I gotta make some tough decisions here, boys. I'm gonna be honest. Okay, what doesn't deserve to be top 50? Let's be real here. And it's Prime. This card's good, but I can't. Like, I think it relied too much on other stuff. I'm moving Mysterious Challenger down. I'm moving Shock Splitter down. Soulfire Bar 2. Good card. These two are a pair, Chad. These two are a pair. So I still have 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 2 more cards here. I have 2 more cards here. These two are a pair. I just put them together because they're like the watch post group. Okay. Okay. I can cook with this. I can cook with this. Okay. I can cook. I can cook. This is fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. I think that's good. Toxicity card, I think it's really good. I think there's a lot to say about like a card that defines the metagame in the sense of polarity. The fact that it forced you to go aggressive and try to get under it, otherwise you lost, is really a shitty thing to have in the game. But the thing is, man, it's like I can't claim it higher than any of these. I can't. And the reason I say this is because this card exists. Okay. Okay, the Demon Seed. Questline, take 10 damage on your turns. Reward lifesteal, do 3 damage to the enemy hero. I'm not going to go through every iteration of it, but basically the main quest reward here was Blightborn Tenzin. 5 mana, 7/7 battlecry for the rest of the game. Damage you take on your turns, damage your opponents instead. If you go through the list here, it was banned in Wild because they couldn't balance it at the same time it was in Standard. And then when it finally rotated it, they balanced it in Standard. When it was at 8 damage, it was still, I think, played. But its initial release, dude, I can't even remember what the initial release was, right? It was just take 6 damage for every single one. Me personally, I think this is the strongest card in the game. At its absolute peak, I think it's the best card they've ever printed. I can't think of a card that has been so impactful in a metagame like Stormwind that is ran the game. Like, it ran the game. Like, it was disgusting. It's tough because it's like, how do you compare a card like this to other cards? So off the rip chat, we're not discussing it. It goes here. Like, it's minimum here. The question is, what card is actually the best? It's extremely toxic, but is it better than Gen and Baku? See, it's so tough. It's so tough. It's so tough, right? Like, all of these 5 right here. Like, honestly, these actually, no, it should be like this. These 5 right here. Like, I think really a lot of you guys are underestimating how good this card was. This is really good. Why are Gen and Baku a pair like the Watch Post? Because they're too different. The Watch Posts were like, they both have the same philosophy. I think chat, me personally, I think chat is misremembering how good this card actually was. But I just put them as a pair because they're technically 101 cards, so I put both of them together. Okay, we'll come back to the top 10 because I'm gonna have to actually order top 10. Okay, I think this card is probably top 100, but we'll talk about it. Okay, Theotar the Mad Duke, 6 mana, 4/4 battle card. Discover a card in each player's hand and swap them. Used to be 4 mana. Remember those days, chat? I remember. Can I tell you guys the story to counteract the rod? I was like, damn, bro, this card at 4 mana is going to be broken. And it was. And I felt so good about it. Really good card. I can't put it higher than 500. It was just really good to get your opponent's tired and Athreus. People are going to be like, wow, this card actually makes the top 100 list, even though it just came out. Threat to Despair, 2 mana for 1 Blood Rune, give all minions death rattle, deal 1 damage to all minions. 1 mana, probably the best Spore Clear I've ever seen in my goddamn life. I don't think it really had its time to shine just because of what the metagame is. This card is insane. Very, very good card. I think it's, even at 2 mana, it's really, really good. Me personally, I think it's actually a top 50 card. I would be surprised. I'd be surprised if it's anything else. If it was at 1 cost, it's top 50. Like it just, I think this is a card that really didn't get a chance to shine just because of the metagame it was in. But even in the metagame it was in, every time this card was played was insane. Okay. This one's tough. Chat, where are you going to put this? I need you guys help for sure for this one. This is actually one of the reasons why. What that? I'm going to call it Time Winder. I never know how to spell Zarimi. Time Winder. Let's put an I. Deck of Lucy that good. It was really good. It was disgusting. Time Winder Zarimi. 5 mana, 4/6 battle cry once per game. If you summon 8 other dragons, take an extra turn. I'm talking about the one that was summoned 5 dragons. We just saw this recently at a Masters tour, how good this deck was. I think honestly, this card in itself is still very, very good. Dumb design. This is like Mindrender Elysia Light. I think Mindrender was better. Getting an extra turn is really good. No, you're not wrong. I don't like the design either. I almost wish the card said once per game, if you summon 8 other dragons, refresh your mana crystals. I think that would have been like a better way of doing it. Or like even if it was at 5, because that way you don't get the other attack. I think that would have been interesting. 2 slow versus caverns. Okay, you're thinking about in its current time. Top 100 at best is not even that meta dominant. It was really good before it got nerfed. It was really good. It was like the best deck in the... Wasn't it the best deck? Hold on. We actually can look at this. When was this expansion released? Tier 1 in all brackets. Best card at top, best in top honor legend. If you're judging how strong cards were in their prime standard, then Thread should be way down. 1 mana Threads is insanely strong, but it managed to push the EK anywhere close to the top meta game. Okay, I can make that. Sure, I can get behind that. I'll get a top. I'll do top honored. That's fine. Recency bias here. See, I don't think it's recency bias at all. I think it's just a very good card, and I think it's worth like top 30. I like, the thing is like, this card is gross. Time Warp is better than Zarimi. I don't know, man. Extra turn on turn 6, pretty gross. You have to look up how good the deck was. You didn't have to do that with any other cards. I did that to prove to chat, because chat said it wasn't even the top of the deck, or top of the, it wasn't the best deck in the game. I'm gonna do a top 30. I think it's really good. I put Undertaker on this, right? I did. Okay. Because I think he's something special here. Okay, Tunnel Truck. 1 mana, 1/3. Whenever you overload, gain +1 attack per locked mana crystals. If you played during this time, you know how good this fucking card was, and it fundamentally ran the game for a little bit there. And I think it's really important to note that 1-cost cards that are this powerful need to be discussed of how good they actually were. So it was never nerfed. Unfortunately, I did. No rogue graveyard, it's there. Was this card good or were the cards around it hella broken? I mean, this card enabled it though, right? You play this on turn 3. Me personally, I don't think it's better than Trog, the other Trogs, sorry. And I don't think it's the best one drop. But he is really good. Why is Worm not in this conversation? I just didn't have the space, my guy. That's basically it. And there's better cards in Classic. It was good, not great. What are you guys talking about, man? He was so good. It should be higher. Like, it really should be higher. It's actually tilting me that it's so low. Oh, it's triggering me, man. Swap with Shutterwalk? I feel like if I do this, it's illegal. It's true. Like, see, the thing is like a lot of the people in chat will be like, oh, it's not actually that good. But dude, it was. Like, it actually was. It fucked you up. It gave you the 1-2 clap. It had no mercy. It ran the game. Like, how is a card that is 1 mana win the game worse than like Shutterwalk? It should be. I actually think it should be higher. Like, I'm just trying to think about what cards I would get. Like, I can't put Scholar because we really don't know how good that card was, to be fair. Oh my god, it's so hard. Maybe I move this down. I mean, I'm gonna keep him at top 30. I'm gonna keep him top. I think it should be higher, but I just knowing what comes next is ridiculous. Oh my god, I hate this. Why did I do this to myself? This is actually miserable. Okay. Shaman Goat here, to be honest. Tuskar Totemic 2 mana 3/2 battlecry summon a random basic totem. We're not talking about this one. We're talking about the fact that it used to summon any totem. And this card had the potential to summon the 3/4 totem. What is it called? Totem Giant? Totem Goliath? Which would win the game basically on the spot. You would also have the ability to do Flaying Tongue Totem. Totem Golem, yeah. This card was disgusting as well. It fit the curve for Shaman. Like, that Shaman deck in Karazhan was something special, bro. But I think this was nerfed in TGT, right? No, it was nerfed in Karazhan. Was it 3 mana at the time? No, it was always 2. Wait, was it 3? It was 3. Wait, what? It was a 3 mana card. Oh, it was 3 mana. Oh my god, I thought it was 2. I was like, holy fuck. Power level wise, the original Tuskar wasn't necessarily the best card in the deck, but the randomness was annoying. I mean, okay, but how do you evaluate a card that could win the game on turn 3? Because I think for a lot of decks, getting the Totem Golem was backbreaking. This should not be on the list. Luke, I'm going to time you out, bro. I'm going to be honest with you. Your takes are out of this world, buddy. I'll see you next stream. Have a good day, all right? Sorry, Skull. I think we just have Skull on there running the top or whatever. When the deck it was caused biggest fascinator for the other half feels very wrong. Wait, when the deck it was in caused the big no, like I think Skull has to be top 20 at least. Because at 5 mana, like again, we don't know how good that card would have been, but the fact it was nerfed in 24 hours is disgusting. I don't know, man. It's so tough. It's so tough. But I think I feel illegal putting it anywhere lower. Like, how do you evaluate a card with this much variance? It's the best result, the worst. I would just say like how consistently how good it was, right? On average. And on average, it was played until it was nerfed. Like it had to be nerfed for people to stop playing it, which means on average, it was just very good. The card was good because Trog carried it when it flopped. I don't agree with that at all. It was good because it was good. Okay, I'm leaving it there. I think it was very good. Okay. Twin Slice. Current form, 1 mana, give your hero +2 attack this turn. Add a second slice to your hand. Second slice is just +2 attack this turn. I'm talking about the one I believe which was better, which was 0 mana. It used to be 0 mana, give 1 attack to your hero this turn, and then the second was also 0, so you got 2 attack. But even this version was really, really good. But I think the reason why it was so good was because of, I mean, it was actually, I don't know, man. 0 mana Twin Slice was so fucked. Wasn't it +2 at 0? Please God, tell me it wasn't. No, it was +1. It was +1. It was really good because it set up your other minions and it set up your Glaive Bound Adept if you didn't have a weapon. 0 mana, 4 damage should be higher than Soulfire. Soulfire's in top 50 right now. I'm gonna put it here. Curse of Will carried it. No, it was good with Kalthos. You think about Nosdormu. I mean, it's a good card, but I'm not gonna count cheese. You know, I'm not gonna count the cheddar. That's a little bit cheddar for me if I'm gonna be real. Chat, look at these bangers we still got here, boys. Like, you guys acting like this is impossible. The second part was +2 attack. No, it isn't. Was it? Oh, it was? No, it wasn't. It was +1. It was +1. It was +1. It was +1. I'm gonna leave it there. Okay. All right. I don't want to hear any shit for this one, chat. I don't want to hear any shit. Undertaker. 1 mana, 1/2. Whenever you summon a minion with death rattle, gain +1/+1. What am I moving down? What am I moving down? Like, that's the question. What goes down? Called Arms. It's probably Kalthos. I don't know. Kalthos is so good. It was so degenerate. If you drew the card, it would win you the game. It's, how do I move any of these? I gotta move a card down here as well. And here. Because, like, there's no way Undertaker is in top 10. No questions asked. It's a top 10 card. So I gotta think about moving and here and here. Oh no, we got one more space here. Okay, I'm moving this down. Shh, just let it happen. Just let it happen, chat. Just let it happen. Let it happen, please. Let it happen. I'm gonna move Edwin down. Okay. What's the worst card here? Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna move this down. No, he's too good. He's actually too good. I can't move that guy. I'm gonna move this. Flash is the worst at a top 20. Fucking tell me how losing a game on turn 4 is okay. Someone explain to me how this card's not worthy of top 20 when it's single-handedly made a deck win on turn 4. Please. Okay, we're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. All right, what's next? All right. I like how I didn't even discuss Undertaker. I was just like, yeah, that card's top 10. Where's Innervate? He's right here. In the top 10 where it belongs. Okay, Velorok. 3-mana 3/3. While this is in your hand, play a card from another class to reveal Velorok's true form. The only reason this is here is because Blizzard decided to buff this card one day, and it was a 3/6, and the 3/6 popped off. The camp covers it. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I don't know. I didn't know. Sorry, that's my bad. The card was a 3/6 for a hot minute. It's very broken. Why is it not here? Oh, it's because this was changed. Yeah, it was buffed, and then they buffed the actual mechanic to change it, and then it was a 3/6, and then that was the end of that. Moon, what are you doing? Okay. It was always a 3/6. They changed it from the oh, sorry, yeah, it was sorry, the change of it was what mattered. They made it so instead of playing 3 different cards from a different class, you played 1, and that was really broken. When was this played? Never seen this card before. What do you mean? 3/3 is better though? No. Matcha, thank you. I appreciate it. Is he for real? Okay, the thing is though, is like this card was good. I think it actually is very strong, but I'm gonna put a top 50. I'm gonna put top 50. Or top 100, sorry. Because I can't. Okay, this is another card here that this is going to take a little bit to discuss here, boys. I'm going to be honest. Like, this is a card I fund. What the hell? Oh, I called it Wild Nature. Heckers. Yeah, so Wild Growth, 2 mana, gain an empty mana crystal. Really good card for Druid. Really, it's a card. It's a card, baby. They nerf this card to print other cards just like it because it was so good. They had to it limited design. Top 30. 2 mana Wild Growth, bros. It was insane. Is it that good or was Druid Ramp OP? How is Druid Ramp OP without this card though? This card, I'll just put it like this, okay? The difference of you playing this card on turn 2 versus turn 3 is insane. The fact that you played this card on turn 2 would it changed the game entirely. Like you were so far ahead at that point because it's big and it's peak. Like it was good. The game is really fast paced, but even for fast paced games, it was good. They rotated it out because it was too good. Or did they Hall of Famed it, right? I'm pretty sure they did. I think when Demon Hunter came out, they rotated it out. I can't remember. Are they there for the 3? I know Overgrowth is there. I don't remember if Wild Growth is good. Wild Growth deserves to go as high as we can fit it. Dude, the thing is, chat, we haven't talked about Yogs, we haven't talked about Zephyrus, and we haven't talked about Guff or Wild Spirits. Dude, I can't. Okay, I gotta be tough. I gotta be tough. I can't. Lothip's too good. Okay, I'm putting Wild Growth here. Honestly, it should be higher maybe, but it's tough because Wild Growth is at the cost of you playing other cards. It was just very good. It's like Shadow Step. Like Shadow Step's a good card. Actually, no, he's probably sleeping by the couch. He was there for a bit. I'm not sure where he is now. Please move Lotheb down and Reno up. You guys think Lotheb is worse than Reno? Lotheb's better. I agree. Edwin's worse than both? No, I don't agree with that. Tustar Code Totemic is worse than Reno? No, I don't agree with that. Wild Growth is greater than... Okay, chat, is Wild Growth better than Shadow Step? Dude, it's only on curve. See how hard this is? Okay, anyways, I'm gonna leave it at 40. I might rearrange it. Let's see where the rest of the cards go first, okay? I gotta go chat. I'm hungry, man. Hey, what's going on? Yo, I'm probably gonna be here for another 30 minutes. If you want to. Or you can wait till after. I might order food, to be honest. Did my package come? Oh, there's some good meals in there. I might actually have some. I picked it up that week. Up to you. We can go after if you want. But it might be too late. I gotta finish this, unfortunately. If you want to go, you can go. It's fine. Yeah, okay. You can drive if you want. Okay, Wild Spirits chat. Okay, boys. This is a card I also think is gonna be going under people's radar. Wild Spirits. Summon 2 different dormant wild spirits. Make your wild spirits awaken 1 turn sooner. I think a lot of people will look at this and be like, this card wasn't really good, but dude. It got like all of these nerfed except for this one. Like this was nerfed and this was nerfed. And this one was fine, but they nerfed all the other 2 because it was so good. And like if this card's played on turn 3, it was just insane. But like, I don't know, like, is it really better than some of these cards in here in its prime? I think it was really good in a vacuum, but like, I don't know. I think it's top 100. I think it was a really good card though. I think it had to be top 100. It had to be top 100. It had to be. Okay. This is going to be the hardest one because I don't think Guff is top 10. I think he's good. I don't think he's top 10. Okay. Wilder Guff. 5 mana. Battlecry, set your maximum mana to 20. Gain an empty mana crystal and draw a card. And the hero power is you get to choose one between you draw a card or gain an empty mana crystal. Its pre-nerf version is that the mana crystals would not be empty, I think it's what it was. So you get the mana immediately, which was really good because then your hero power costs like 1 mana theoretically. How the fuck is he not top 10? Bro, have you seen the list of top 10 cards? Like, yeah, Guff is really good. Don't get me wrong. But like, there's no way it's better than any of these. Maybe you could make the case for Kalthos. Maybe. But like, the rest of these just are better. Deck of Lunacy is not top 10. I'll have what he's having, officer. I can't wait for the amount of YouTube comments who are going to tell me Deck Lunacy is not top 10 and they just don't understand. How did Kalthos make top 10? He warped the game around him. He was very good. Every third spell you cast costs 0. It's crazy. Yo, what's up, Yarmo? Welcome, man. Maybe you don't understand. Yo, blow me? Not sure if Innervate still deserves top 10, to be honest. Guff on 5 is greater than Undertaker? Dude, that is the biggest hit of copium I've ever read in my chat. I think you deserve a... I'm gonna mod that guy. I'm modding him. He deserves it. That's a message from the heart, and he deserves it. That's crazy. But yeah, I'll give it to him. You're modded now, bro. That's wild. That's crazy. That's insane. I'm gonna remember that in a week. I'm gonna forget about that in a week, and I'm gonna be like, why is that guy modded? That's so funny. Undertaker goes to top 20. No, it doesn't. I am pretty sure at turn 1, if you had Undertaker, it's the highest win rate card of all time. I wish we had the stats for it. Like, for people who didn't play, like, it was over. If you didn't have an answer immediately, the game was done. You could just concede. Okay, let's be real though, chat. Where's Goff? I feel like, okay, me personally, I think this is fine. Like, he's a good card. Don't get me wrong. I think he's very strong. I just don't think he's better than some other cards. Rod on top 10? Rod's good. It's in top 20, okay? Your best play against turn 1 Undertaker was turn 2 Owl? Yeah. Dr. Boom is too high? No, bro. He was good. This is too difficult. Okay. Let's talk about Null. After looking at a lot of these cards, I think Null was really, really good. Why Paul Null? Like, really good card. During Alterac Valley, it had its time for sure. Very, very annoying card. But again, it has an asterisk here because you kind of need to have the Maestro interaction. So it brings me weird conundrum here that I have to put at top 100. Guff is better than Bran. Did I have different stats? I think it was always the 3-5, wasn't it? Oh, you said 4. You said 4. Then they nerfed it. Oh shit! It actually got a lot of changes. What's wrong? Oh no! You gotta go get the scissors. Cool Shot knows better. They had to make a rule change because of Null. Yeah, you know, you're not wrong. Like, they really, but the thing, okay, let me ask you guys a question, and let's be real with each other here, okay? Would Null C play if it wasn't for Maestra? Like, did that interaction need to exist in order for it to, in order for this card to be truly, like, insane? Because, like, I feel like, yeah, it was good. Like, it was really good. We ran him out its prime for sure. We do. But I have to put an asterisk. I really do, because it's the same thing as Patron. Like, would the deck really be that good if it wasn't for that? It's tough. I don't know. You make a good point though. If we're rating it in its prime, like it was kind of warping the game, wasn't it? Isn't it the same problem with Jack and Lucy? What do you mean? What did Deck of Lunacy do, chat? Which is the same thing as Null. I don't understand. Why are you guys competing about that? Deck of Lunacy was based on the spell pool. Yeah, but that's not an interaction. Like, Deck of Lunacy on its own was really good. Like, yeah, the card pool mattered for sure, but like it was just objectively good on its own. Like, no, you needed Maestra in the deck for the interaction to work. But I don't know. You could make the case for a lot of cards like that. Like, it needed other cards to be really, really good. So I don't know. Null is really good. It's tough because like, what do you bring down? Like, it did warp the game for sure. We're not counting wild. Ponza. Snip wasn't there. You rate Deca Lunacy after rotation. Pre-rotation, it didn't see play. We're rating at its prime. We're rating at its prime. Okay. I don't understand why you guys don't remember how good this was. It was disgusting. It was really good. I mean, in hindsight now, in its prime, like, we gotta move some shit down. I'll put a top 50. I think it was really good. Where'd I put it? Where is it? Oh, here. I'll put a top 50. Look at its prime. It was good. I don't know, man. You know what? Like, Dark Lair should probably go up too. Okay, hold on. I'm moving here. He goes here for sure. That card was insane. Honestly, this should be higher up too. I think Dark Lair was nuts. I think I'm really underrating how good that card was. Where's Odin? Odin can suck me off. Deck of Lunacy was disgustingly good for contrarians, but merely great for the rest of us. You guys don't remember how good that card was. It blows my mind. Okay. Yogg-Saron Hope's End. 10 mana, 7/5. Battlecry, cast a random spell for each spell you've cast this game. The only nerf they ever did to this card, which fundamentally broke it, which was if it died on board, the effects would stop. I think they also capped it, or was it always at 20? Oh my god. I guess they never capped it. They reverted it though. This card ran a tournament. This card was basically like a get out of jail free card, but it's also really good. 2 random to be top 100. Oh my god, shut the fuck up. It was so good. Dude, it ran a tournament. A whole tournament was based around this card. It is deserving. It is the best card in Old Gods. It is the best card at its prime. Top 1 if you don't play it. I had to stop watching on my TV and join on my laptop just so I could truly watch. Just so I could say how truly wild some of Rarran's rankings have been. Dude, you guys, listen, I'm just a fucking monkey for half of you guys. You guys, there's no way you guys would do better than me. There's no way. You guys would be sitting here and go like, oh, I lost to this card. It's a top 10 card for sure. Oh, I pooped my diaper. Like, are we kidding me? I'm popping off here, bro. Okay, is it illegal if I put this card in top 100? It might be. It really might be. Man, I don't know. Okay, I hate to do this. I hate to do this. I'm going to be real, though. I'm moving Celestial Alignment down. I think Yogg at least deserves top. I don't know, actually, man. Alignment's gross. And Giggly Adventure at 5 was gross. I Beam at 0 mana was gross. People are gonna hate me for this. They hated me because I was right. Okay. Wow, that was crazy. What happened? Note about Deca Lunacy meta, Control Priest was actually the top rating deck at the time. Even if Deca Lunacy was heavily played, not sure if it should be impactful in the placement. Incorrect. This card was nerfed, and then Priest became the best deck of the game. You guys need to go back in time and look how good this card was. You guys need to go back in time and look how good this card was. Okay, anyways, chat, the thing is this card, this card was good, don't get me wrong. I'm gonna be real though. And this might be a very hot take, and I'm not gonna. I was talking to a designer about this, chat. I was talking to a designer about this. The OG version of this card, which was, costs 1 less for each spell you've cast this game, in its original state, might be the best card of all time. Might be. This card warped the meta. Like it literally did. Every class was playing it. Even in Wild, every class was playing it. Like it was disgusting. Like truly, this is a card that absolutely changed the game. Okay. Now, people are going to be like, the fuck you talking about? But if you go look at what this card did to the game, like it was mind boggling. Like it truly was. So again, this is a card that I think deserves to be here. But most importantly, I was talking to one of the designers and they were saying to me, the stats of this card was insane. Like, chat, I can't think of a card other than patches, maybe Baku again, that forced everybody to run a card. This card made every single deck run it. Every single deck wanted to run Yogg-Saron because of how good it was. Even more than Dr. Boom. Okay, like Dr. Boom's a good card. But like, if I'm talking power level in its prime, like the fact is that this card would get played objectively sooner than Dr. Boom and make a huge change to the game. And honestly, it was like a race of like who would get their Yogg-Saron first. You're talking to the designers that made Baku? I don't think it's the same people. Drop Innervate and Kelsoth out of top 10? Nope. I'm okay. They're both good. Actually, I gotta get rid of one. Todd, I already responded to you, bro. We're not considering Wild. So like Ziliax doesn't even rank for you? What do you mean? He's still here. There's still 3 cards. And we'll talk about this after. The people are ready for this take. The people aren't ready for that take. Okay, what am I moving down? Oh my god, what is the worst card here? Nature Shaman card down, for God's sakes. Again, if you can prove to me that a card that single-handedly makes a turn 4 OTK legal is not broken, I haven't seen any response to this card. Like at 2 mana, turn 4 lethals, pretty poggers. This is so tough. Oh my god. No, it can't be Trog. Because if Trog truly was as good as as people say it is, like it can't. It can't be that. Canterspell is really good. It's probably Encanters. I think that's the only card I can get rid of here. Okay, I'm good with Encanters being top 3. I don't know. Hey, it's pretty good. It'd stop. You see, again, Skull 5, I think it's too good to pass. I think it's too good to pass. Is it really Kalthos? No, but Kalthos is so, like, again, like, Kalthos, like Rye is Renethal there? Dude, are you smoking heroin? Like, I can't stop. I can't say that. Are you okay? Maybe just pick a random number. Get an RNG. Kalthos again only worked because of UI. Bro, UI wasn't even the game when Kalthos was there. What are you talking about? What? Yes, it was. Kalthos and UI? Kalthos was released in Ashes of Outlands. Okay, chat, fuck you. I'll move this down. Okay, is everyone happy? Oh my god. But I'm moving Shadow Step down if I'm moving Flash of Light. Just... Okay, I'm moving Brand down. And then from this list. No, I can't chat. Flash of Lightning is so broken. It's so broken. It's so I legally it has. Okay, no, it's fine. 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 Just check deck Lucy's prime was around Master Store Orgrimmar, where the highest win rate mage deck didn't run it. And Control Priest ultimately won the tournament. This was an under version 2. Yeah, but okay, I'm gonna be real. I don't think you can just look at one tournament and tell me it's good or bad, because in tournament settings, like you target certain decks. Like on ladder, I don't think it really works like that. I still disagree with Il'gynoth being lower than top 30. It's tough because it's like, where do I draw the line on like? I don't know. I'm fucking losing my mind here. Okay, I'm gonna make a bold call here, Cotton. I can't do Sire. He was played in too many decks. Okay, we only have 2 more cards. 3. Okay, 2 more cards. Okay, I'm gonna get one out of the way. I'm just gonna say this. People are gonna be like, "You're a fucking idiot for this." I don't care. I don't care. I don't care because this is objectively correct. I don't care what any of you guys say. Yo, this card's pretty poggers. Don't get me wrong. It was played in so many different decks. That's awesome. It was super cool. Okay, great. Okay. Now we got this boy. While building your deck, customize your very own Ziliax Deluxe 3000. It's not disrespectful, okay? It's a good card, all right? It's a good card, okay? Don't get me wrong. Ziliax is most played card of all time, potentially, right? Most played card, potentially. But, like, let's be real here. Am I really going to compare Ziliax to fucking patches? Are you insane? No. There's no way. Unless we can all agree together that Ziliax deserves Wildheart Guff spot. Also, I think it's the same thing for this. Like, Ziliax Deluxe 3000, really fucking cool card. But I think it's top 100. Like, if I was going to order these, like, it would be higher up for sure. But, like, I don't know. Okay, now we come to probably the most interesting card here, okay? Because this card Mr. Zephyrus is like every card. Okay. He's nuts. Now the question has to be had here, chat. Is this card better than the new Reno? Bro is disrespecting Ziliax, but riding Giggling Inventor. Dude, you did like that sentence tells me you don't realize how good the 5-mana Giggling Inventor was. Every class played that because it was nonsense. It was nonsense. Ziliax was played just for like a card. Not better than Reno. Giggling was fucking wild. That's what I'm saying, man. Zephyrus was way more versatile than the new Reno. Yeah, but Reno's effect is really good. The new Ziliax is in every deck. That's fine. Can you explain how Zarimi is better than new Ziliax? Zarimi wins you a game on turn 5. Or used to add it in its prime before it was nerfed. It would win you the game on turn 5. Like Ziliax is great. Like top 100 card for sure. I think it's really good. But like I'd rather win the game than play Ziliax. Reno Lone Ranger's effect is nuts, but its time in standard wasn't that impactful. I mean, it's in standard right now. What's up, man? What's going on, bro? If you think about it, Zephyrus is just a tradable tech card. Zeph could get Reno, he can't. All right, let's hit the hard-hitting questions here, chat. Is Zephyrus better than any card in the top 10? If I see one deck of lunacy, I'm gonna lose my mind. All right, Nathan, you got 10 seconds. You're banned. One more. You can do one more. Better than Undertaker? No shot. You just said better than Undertaker, bro. Okay, I'm moving down. Okay, and is Zephyrus better than any card in top 20? Renethal? Oh my god. Why are Spirit Claws in the 3-minute watch post so high? Spirit Claws was really good during Karazhan. If you didn't play during the time, I understand, but that it absolutely destroyed every single deck it went against because you can never develop against it. Like you play it turn 1 and you lose. The watch posts I think are like the far watch post as a 2/4 was really good. It turn 2 win the game is a sense of it, right? Call to Arms? You guys think Zeph is better than Call to Arms? Emperor Thorson should be top 10 for sure. Best card to enable high cost OTKs. He even make the top 100, bro. Hate to say it, but he didn't make it. Zeph counters Call to Arms and Tunnel Trog and Creeper. What? Hot take, Guff is better than Gen? Oh my god, there's no way I just read that out loud. There's no way, man. There's no way you just said that. That's crazy. Dude, all what he's having. There's no way you just said that out loud. That's wild. We're carrying the honor at its peak. Zeph never really had a peak. He was just really good all the time. I mean, okay, is it wrong to say that Shutterwalk doesn't deserve top 40? It's kind of wrong. How is Luna's better than Flash? Luna's at 5 mana during the time it was buffed was the only deck you can play. Flash of Lightning, at least, you could play Warrior and have a chance. And you could also tech against Shaman. It's very interesting reading the comments in this chat, I'm gonna be honest. Zeph is only as good as ETC, maybe a little bit better. I mean, the thing about Zeph is that it's dynamic based on the context of the game, right? The thing about ETC is you get to only pick 3 cards. Since one doesn't deserve top 30. Really? Really? Swap Flash with arms? Nope. Actually, yep. Is Theo or Nathriel Cal on here? Theo is not Nathriel Cal. He didn't really. The Cal thoughts from Nathriel didn't really get the chance to shine. Yeah, I don't know where to put Zeph. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. I really don't know. He's good. In Hearthstone peak times he was good. Like, I don't know. He never. I think he was a really good card, but he never like blew me away. You know, he was just a good card. Like, you were happy to play him. I was always happy to play Zeph, and it's cool to have a card that like is everything. But I don't know. He's really good. Is Zeph the best card? No. Is Edwin not here? He's here. He's right there. Don't worry about Edwin. I wouldn't forget. I wouldn't forget about Edwin. He was kind of spicy. He was really good. Okay, I'm gonna do something that I might regret. Fuck, I don't know, man. Like, it's so difficult because some of these cards are so good. And let me ask myself, would I rather play Zephyrs the Great or I'd rather play Siredin Athreus? Yeah, I think it's Shadow Step. Yeah, I think it's the Shadow Step. Zeph? Unless there was something broken and wild I don't know about. I don't think OG Brain was oppressive. Yeah, he was pretty good. He was pretty good he was pretty good like 2 years ago, bro. He was very good. He popped off in standard. Jeremy's too high. No, it's not. Winning the game on turn 5 is really good. It's really good. Like, are you guys insane? Winning the game on turn 5 is really good. I don't know about you guys. But you wouldn't even get to play Yogg if they were both in the standard pool. Like, don't you have extra space in top 50 because the towers count as 2? You're so right. You're so right. Oh, he's so yo, that guy's Calops, you're my goat. You're right. You're right. I'm gonna put Zeph here. I think that's actually completely fine. I think it's 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 fine. I think that's a good place. I think that's a good play. I think this is the hardest thing I've ever had to do in my Hearthstone career. This is crazy. The question ends up being, chat, what is the best card of all time in my opinion? The best card of all time is between Yogg, Baku, Patches, Gen, the Demon Seed. Absolutely Undertaker. What is better, Gen or Baku? I don't know. It's really difficult to give you an answer because they were both played at a very high volume. If I'm considering its absolute peak, okay, I would put this. But was the Demon Seed really that good without Stealers of Souls? Like, Demon Seed was not, so don't get me wrong. I don't know. I think it's the Yogg. 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 I don't think it is. I don't know. I think it's between these two. I don't think there's any other card in the game that like really warped the game as much as they did. Like both of these are like, it should be between, it should be a 4-way tie, no? But I'm gonna do this. You know what? Fuck it. I'm putting the GOAT. The GOAT. The only card in the game that if you couldn't answer on turn 1, you lost. Like that's it. I can't think of another card where like if I put it on turn 1, and you didn't answer, you lost. I think it's tough because it's definitely not the most impactful. Like it's definitely not the spiciest card, but fuck, man, that card was annoying. I'm pretty sure it's this though. I'm gonna be real, Chad. I'm gonna be real. But like maybe for the YouTube video, just for clicks, I'll do this. Yeah, let's do this. I'm gonna clickbait these motherfuckers. Raza make the list? Hell no. You think Raza can hang out with the big boys? Raza's like a top 250 card. Anyways, all right, that was great. That was a good stream. But actually, the best card, XD. Everyone type XDD in my chat. Am I right or am I right? Anyways, boys, that's gonna be it for me. I'm gonna go eat some food. I hope this was fun. I have no idea if this was. I really hope this was a good stream. This seemed like you guys liked it. The YouTube video is gonna go fucking insane. I'm really excited for that. Tomorrow's stream will be I'm playing Slay the Spire with Frost Prime, so if you want to be there or be square. Also, we will be doing probably the Heart and A20 tomorrow, so it'll be good. Just join, can you read the list? Nope. Also, I don't know if I did this, but I'm pretty sure that I put the list to be public. So if you want to go make your own, I think it's there of the cards that I picked to be the top 100. So yeah, this was fun. Can I like download this so I don't forget it? Okay, I'm gonna download that. Okay, nice, just so I have that. Okay, thanks for watching, chat. Have a good rest of your day. YouTube, I'll see you guys tomorrow, and YouTube, I'll see you guys tomorrow, and yep.